Did you get the invite for
No.
no cup game?
Oh.
Are you on the
Mrs. Murray,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby,
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino, Mr. Craddy.
Yes. All right, motion passes, and the board is in closed session until approximately 7 o'clock. earlier. Welcome to tonight's Board of Education regular meeting for Thursday, June 12th, 2025. It is 7:02 on the clock on the wall. We will resume open session. We do not have anything out of closed session. And also for clarity, I'm not sure if it was announced, but the closed session motion was made at 6:01 earlier in the evening. With that, if we could have roll call, please.
Mr. Troy,
Here.
Mr. Feckety,
Present.
Mrs. Murray,
Here.
Mr. Bobby,
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino,
Here.
Mr. Craddy.
Here. All right, with that, we'll move to item 4, Pledge of Allegiance. We don't have anybody tonight. Just checking, you never know. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, item number 5, student recognition. Yes.
Sorry, good evening, board. So tonight we've got our 2 middle schools here. We're going to celebrate the recent state meet that their track teams went to. So I'd like to invite Heineman to come on up first.
Good evening. So the Heineman 4x4 relay team of Charlotte Feebig, Annabelle Catania, Lena Okcharik, and Kason Yers, and our 2 alternates were Annabelle Rohde and Kelsey Steinmetz. So all season long, I kind of suspected that we might have a shot in the 4x4 to get these girls down to state with our 7th grade team. And after missing in numerous events and heartbreaking, our 4x4 girls stepped on the track, and you just could see like they weren't going to be turned away. And so their best time coming into the meet was a 4:42. And they either a first place or needing a 4:37. They went out and ran a 4:33.
Wow.
They had not been pushed all year long, and I told them you're going to be pushed at sectionals, but I was wrong. They weren't really pushed at sectionals. So now we're going into the state track meet. And already having dropped 9 seconds, we kind of looked at the times. We're like, yeah, maybe we could sneak in and get a medal. But everyone's going to kind of have to hit their PR. One person in particular had to hit their PR because most of the other girls had. And this awesome person to my right, Annabelle, had been my steady Eddie in the 4x4 all year. 110, 110, 110, 110. So if there was one person that could pull it off, and I told her to make herself just a little uncomfortable out there, that we would have a shot at medaling. And this group of girls that we brought down were determined, and the night before, they're all coming up to me, what do I have to do, coach? Like, be realistic, don't lie to us. What do I have to do to help my team? And Annabelle was no different, and I said, you gotta go out hard, you gotta go out fast, and you gotta sprint it, especially in the opening first, 8 seconds. And she did, and she ran a 106 split, dropping her PR 4 seconds, which dropped our time to a 4:26. Which is another 7-second improvement, sneaking into a 7th place medal on the stand. So Coach McChrystal and I could not have been more proud of these girls. Unfortunately, 2 of them are at a track meet tonight because they're in summer, and the other ones are also at vacation. So we appreciate Annabelle being here to represent her 4x4 team. Congratulations. I'll get to shake it right there.
Wait, congratulations. Ready? Sorry about the last one. Good to see you again, Coach. Congratulations. Don't sneak. Go ahead.
And now we'd like to invite the Marlowe track team up.
You hear it jingling. Love it, love it, love it. Well, thank you very much for having us. I'm Jessica Perry. I'm one of the coaches here at Marlowe. And so I'm going to let Coach Sadie and Coach Bolt talk about these guys you see in front of you. As far as their athletic prowess, I want to take a moment and touch on their character. It has been an absolute privilege being a coach and part of these guys' lives, some of them for 3 years now, and just to see you all grow has been outstanding. As far as the work ethic for these guys, they are the ones that are showing up at practice every day, day in and day out, asking, what can we do to perfect our skills? They are the first ones out there. They're leading one another. They're leading the younger athletes. And so I really commend you all for your work ethic, your drive, and your dedication. It has been such an honor to be part of your athletic journey. Good evening. My name is Haley Saby, and I had the privilege of coaching the 8th grade girls track team this year. I'm here tonight to share a moment of pride, not just myself, but for our athletes, our school, and our community. Just a few weeks ago, our 8th grade girls competed in the state track meet in Peoria. For many of them, this was the first year competing together as a team. They came in as a brand new group, unsure of what to expect, but full of energy, grit, and heart. By the end of the season, they stood together as one of the top teams in the state. They earned an 8th place overall medal in the 4x1 relay. That's no small feat. Our relay team consisted of Clara, Rylan, Avery, Piper, and then our alternates, Izzy and Bianca. For those girls, this was their final season of middle school track, and what a way to go out. A state medal. Their performance in Peoria was not only a celebration of their hard work, but a perfect ending to their middle school track season and careers. I hope that they carry that with pride and confidence into high school and beyond, whether they continue with track or choose a different path. To the girls, you earned this. You brought home a medal, and more importantly, you brought home memories that will last a lifetime. I'm proud of you guys, not just for what you accomplished, but for what you represent for our school and for yourselves. Thank you for giving us a season to remember, girls.
Hi, I'm Amanda Bolt. I was the 8th grade boys coach this year, and I had some of them in 6th grade, so I saw some of them just flourish in 6th grade, and I knew they were going to be a dream team, and sure enough, by 8th grade, I came and say how, proud I am of them, where they've come. Some of them I met this year for the first time, some of them I had in class, but just as an athlete, they all just kept getting their PRs, they kept getting better every single time. With the state, my 4x200 team got 7th place with 138. That was composed of Daniel Lee, Thomas Mitchell, who's here, Josiah Perugian, Emil Lopez, and then my alternates who didn't have to run during state, but were needed so much at state. They were so positive and helpful, like Mateus here. My 4x400 team got 8th place with 3 minutes and 44 seconds. So it was Mitchell again, Daniel Lee, Joseph Sittler, and Joseph Zawacki behind me. We also had Emmett Shorey and Liam, again, super positive athletes out there just cheering everybody on. So they were so just appreciative that they were there with us. Sittler and Zawaki, I want to also add, Joseph Sittler got 4th in the mile with a 4:38. Also, 7th place with the 800, 2:05. Joseph Zawaki got 5th with the 800, and got a 2:03, and then 8th in the mile with a 4:43. So these boys, most of them, got state qualifying times like the first or second week that we started, like on our first meet, and they just were like, I can still do better, Coach Bolt. So I am just so proud of them. They just are so like good on the inside and outside, and they are just kind to every athlete, every other team. So I just think
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Very sweet. Thank you. Congratulations.
Hey.
So you got one too? Is that yours or somebody else's? Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, they do, but you got a guy.
You're good. Thanks so I know, I'm like. Can we get a do it? Yeah.
I want to.
And then stand behind you.
Hey, stop making fun of me.
Okay. Everybody.
Find your window.
Everybody good? Congratulations again to all our athletes. Congratulations to the coaches, and also thank you, parents, for bringing them out tonight and being supportive of your students.
Hi, thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Hi. What happened?
Cheers. All right, moving on with our agenda, item number 6, public comments. I have one sheet here from Mary and Hadley Holtzcock. And make sure the green button's lit.
I think it is. Can you hear me?
No.
I don't know what I'm doing. Two buttons here. This is the one. Got it. My name is Mary Holtzhoff, and I'm sure you remember me from speaking at a meeting in May. I'm here today to give you an update from the situation that happened. I had full intent of writing down bullet points and talking with dates and times, but I'm more of a pray that Jesus takes my tongue kind of a gal, so here we are. So the update is I had numerous phone calls, emails, meetings. Some of those were with Ms. Lombard and Mr. Zare, and some positive things have happened. They have removed the child who was making sexualized comments to my daughter from her pod next year. They have ensured that he will not be in any of her classes, and I have that in writing. They also have allowed her to switch counselors, so she will be seeing a different counselor. So those are very positive things. The problem that I have is that the counselor who had her remove her top and search her arms claims that that did not happen. I had requested for Ms. Lombard and Mr. Zare to review video footage of that day. I would like to ask you what you were wearing on April 30th. And probably none of you know because nothing traumatic happened, but my daughter can tell you exactly what she was wearing. She can tell you exactly what happened, exactly what period she was called to the office, and all of that was proven through the video. The only thing that's not proven is what happened behind her closed door. It's very doubtful to me that she would be honest about everything, but not honest about that. So I gave my daughter an option. I said, we can leave this alone, walk away. It's okay. It's up to you. It happened to you. It's your choice. We can meet with the individuals who offered so. Ms. Lombard and Mr. Zare offered. Also the principal and the counselor offered. Or you can go and you can speak at a board meeting the way that I had the first time. And she said that while it is very hard for her to speak in public, she's like the most timid, passive, sweetest little girl. She does not want this to happen to anyone else. And so she was willing to step out of her comfort zone and to come and speak to you and tell her testimony of what happened to her. And Hadley Elizabeth, if you hear nothing else, you hear this. I know what happened and I believe you. Okay? Please be kind to her and give her respect.
My name is Hadley Holzkoff. I am here today to talk about staff following an appropriate protocol and staff not finishing an investigation about a student who made sexual comments to me. Throughout the school year, a student has made sexual comments to me, and on April 30th, I brought it up to a teacher, and they brought it to my counselor and the vice principals. My counselor brought me to her office many times that day, and one of those times, she had made me remove my sweatshirt, which was a purple Adidas sweatshirt, to check my wrists. I did not know what she was doing at this time. That made me feel confused and uncomfortable, but I listened because I have a hard time saying no to teachers, which is something that I've brought up to this counselor in the past. When my counselor brought me and the student together and asked what I wanted to see happen, she finished my sentence for me, and what she said should happen was far from what I wanted to happen. I didn't correct her because I got nervous to correct her, so I just nodded. I was told that they would bring a student that heard the comments down and interview them, so they knew what I said was true. That didn't happen, and it made me feel like the person who was making the sexual comments to me was more important than me. Because of what happened, I feel uncomfortable around many teachers, nervous to go back to school, and don't trust people who I should 100% trust. And before this situation, I loved school and loved many teachers. What I want to see happen from this is teachers following protocol and finishing what they're supposed to.
I have asked numerous times what this investigation looked like. Mr. Zare, I'm still waiting from that email from you. Simply asking a counselor, did this happen? Her saying no and you saying rightio is not investigation enough for me. And from my mouth to God's ears, either do something about it or the next time that you hear from me, it will not be from me. It will be from my lawyer in the form of a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you for having the courage to speak. Are there any additional comments or sheets that were filled out or just the one? Oh, okay. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 7, revision and adoption of the agenda. I did have a question if there was anything presented for item 13 from the special ed committee for this evening. Anything to discuss? Special ed? No. So let's go ahead and please strike 13. And also 16. I know Mr. Bitten's not here. Is there anything from Mr. Fecke or Crowdy regarding HR? I didn't see any items on the agenda, so I just want to double check.
I have nothing.
All right. Hearing that there's nothing, that we strike 16. Is there anything else for additions or adoption, any revisions, excuse me, to the agenda as we have it? All right,
I don't have anything for 14.
14. Community relations. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
With all of that said, I will make a motion to adopt the agenda, the revision of striking item 13, 14, and
Second.
thank you, Mr. Bobby, for the second. Sorry, I'm flopping sheets here. Voice call. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Motion passes. 0. Item 8, superintendent report.
The first are donations. We have one donation for $500 to Liggy Elementary STEM from Grundle's Corner. It is ExxonMobil Educational Alliance grant. And this is something that they do on it. It has been annual for a number of years, and we are extremely grateful for that donation to be utilized again at Liggy for many of their STEM projects. So, and thank you to them for supporting our students in an academic way. The second is we are putting it under the report. As we know, we didn't have a committee of the whole this month, so student handbooks. And I won't be asking you to vote on those today. We'll go through those, have any dialogue, and then we'll bring those back for July for the actual recommendation and vote. But wanted to go through some of the recommended changes. Some of these have come through our Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee. Could be our, we started an AI committee, as well as some recommendations from our administrative review of the handbook that we do on an annual basis. So part of this is part of policies, board policy, where we have to have our PTAC, but we also then have, again, administrative review of these things. And so a few things here. Attendance, not a lot of major changes, but some feedback that we received throughout the year. Could be some of the streamlining, but a few changes with making sure it's clear on what is that makeup attendance or makeup for classwork for attendance. So some clarification there that the students and the teachers will collaborate together to take necessary steps to determine when and how that would be made up, so that that is not just lying solely on the student regardless of their age, that collaboration. So again, that happens in our classrooms, but wanted to make sure that that was very, very clear on that piece of that. And then again, at the high school, makeup work following unexcused absences. This would actually be high school and middle school. I changed to have that focus that unless otherwise specified in the student's individualized attendance plan. Now remember, attendance is reviewed on a regular basis, and if there are patterns or excessive absences, there should be a meeting between a team at the school, the student and the parent, that as approved by the building administrator, students with those unexcused absences may, doesn't mean that they will, but may forfeit the opportunity for remediation following completion of an assignment or missed. We do have some tests and quizzes and assignments that, depending on how students may perform on that, they can go through the remediation process. And again, dependent on what those unexcused absences may have been for, that may be a forfeit of that. We do have sometimes where right before a test, someone may not be in attendance so that they wouldn't have to take that right away and be prepared. So again, getting to the root cause and being able to go through that. We wanted to make some clarification on the extended absences. We have a form that we ask for parents to fill out if they know they were going to be on an extended absence. It's more of a notification, but there's a little confusion on why fill that out. It should be approved that we were going out of town for 10 days. Again, it's that please note that the extended absence Many of those reasons fall under unexcused absences, that this form does not grant approval for the absence to be excused. It's meant as a use of notification. Oftentimes that does trigger homework to be pulled together prior to. Another change with attendance or tardies is the update to responses at the high school level. After the first incident, it would be warning, 2nd through 6th, lunch detention, 7th through 11th, hoping we aren't at those phases. After school detention or a dean meeting, privileges may be revoked. 12 through 15, a Saturday detention, and anything more than that could be an in-school intervention. Any attendance questions? Okay, jumping down to the behavior discipline changes that were in the handbook. Looking at this came out of our work, both at the PTAC and at the committee level of AI. And so having some updated language about what would constitute academic misconduct or dishonesty, providing or receiving unauthorized assistance with or without the use of technology, the unauthorized use of technologies to support academic work is also considered a form of academic misconduct unless permitted by the teacher. Just a little bit, we're going to talk about what came out of that committee were their guidelines or parameters. It's kind of a red, yellow, green, when it's permitted, when it's totally okay, or when it's absolutely not okay to use. These will be discussed in the individual classes and by the department. It'll be up on our handbook or in our handbook, but also updated on the website. But those things so that students know when can I use for what type of assignments and when can I not. So those changes we felt needed to be in the handbook there. At all levels, clarification of adding smartwatches to the personal electronic devices, and the removal of an MP3 player. We don't know who has those anymore, and so we removed that one out there. And if those smartwatches are being used in inappropriate ways, it's no different than having your phone out. Okay, so we need to make sure that those are put away, covered, whatnot. Prohibited personal items. Playing cards, trading cards had been in there before, and we have found that there are a number of students, especially at the middle school level, who may be sitting down and playing a game after they're done eating, and it's really, we want that to happen. So again, if they were being used in an inappropriate way, I don't know, gambling or something like that, well, there's other ways in the handbook that would be targeted. So removal of the playing cards. And adding laser pointers, pepper spray, and mace. Updated behavior matrix. As you know, last year, a great matrix came through, but there were some things that we noticed we needed to tweak. Under conflict responses, the addition to restorative practices or a no contact contract, an internal one, not one with a police department. Under bullying, the addition of the language no contact contract. Under drug offenses, in the presence of or distribution, the language of off-school grounds during the school day, i.e. during off-campus privileges. They are still off-campus, it is still within the school day. And then the response additions, a detention with the office or an in-school or out-of-school suspension for what we just talked about above. Adding that no contact contract, putting in language, what does that mean? That definition of a no contact contract may be implemented to limit or eliminate contact between specific students when deemed necessary. Each contract is developed on an individual basis with the knowledge of the student involved and the notification to their parent or guardian. These agreements would be reviewed regularly, and timelines for review and duration are clearly outlined within the contract. There are times where we do need to limit that contact. It could be with a walking path, it could be in classes and all those things. We do utilize those and wanted to make sure that they were implemented and outlined in the handbook. All three of our villages have safety ordinances around e-bikes and other motorized bikes and scooters. And so wanted to make sure that we have that in the walking or riding bicycles to and from school language. So that is recommended as an addition there. In the warmer weather, we see more and more of that on our campuses. And while some of that can be done in a very safe manner, we know that we often see the bikes being, cut across our campuses on very high speeds, or without their helmets and all of those kinds of things. Another reason we highly recommend them not coming on, they're not supervised out there, and unfortunately, there have been things in the past where there may have been a theft or whatnot. Well, these bikes are quite expensive, but from that safety component and wanting to make sure that we are thinking about all safety and village ordinances, that addition in there. Under the middle school eligibility, and this is the athletic and activity eligibility, some clarification about if a student was ineligible because of academics, some language clarification that during the period of ineligibility, that the student would be required to go to homework club rather than going to the club or sport and sitting there, that they are actually working on that homework to bring that up. In addition, it's highly recommended that any ineligible student go to the content area teacher during all available flex time or study hall times, or make arrangements before or after school to get that additional assistance there. The next piece was the code of conduct for violations. We wanted the language here to mirror that of the high school. So it was the shift to put the same code of conduct violations. There are some slight differences in the response just based on the age of the students and the appropriateness of that. So we left those. Under the driving and parking privileges, the addition of sophomores who are caught driving to school may forfeit their ability to purchase a parking pass for the next year. The number of spots that we have out there, and seniors, juniors, sophomores are not eligible until after X number of credit hours. We do know that after seniors graduate, those last couple weeks, there is a incentive they're able to do that, but it's outlined in there that sophomores do not have that ability to purchase a parking pass. As we know, last year, the search of students, those are all hands-off, that we implemented that the use of a metal detector wand would be a tool that could be utilized if needed. There were times that was. It's not done every single time, but wanted to make sure that that was in the handbook, that is a possibility. Clarification of the definitions of athletic code violation at the high school level. There was a few situations where there was some confusion around this part, that athletic code violations are cumulative. Each violation remains on record and may impact future consequences. However, students are ineligible for a one-time expungement during their high school career, which will remove a single offense regardless of whether it was the first or subsequent violation. After 365 days, if there were no others, that one would fall off, because again, we want to make sure that students know that we all make mistakes and there's an ability to rectify those. So making that more clear language there. Any questions about any of the behavior discipline recommendations? Slight change for transportation, wanting to make sure that we were clear about what the procedures were for either ECC or kindergartners, that our early childhood students are dropped at the house, but that a parent or guardian must be at that bus stop outside the house to pick up their children. And what would happen if they were not? They are delivered back to the school, so that, again, we try to contact parents. And that for a kindergartner, again, they are not home stopped, but a parent or guardian must be present at the bus stop in order for the driver to release a kindergarten student. But there is a process for the parents to identify another, either older sibling or another individual to be there as a designated adult, again, for safety precautions, so that kindergartner's not getting off the bus and then not necessarily knowing where to go. Any questions about transportation? All right, our technology and AI component really was identifying the work that, again, the AI committee had done, got some good feedback from the parent-teacher advisory committee, went back and kind of revamped and fleshed that out, but it just identifies a purpose statement, what are our guiding principles and values, when it's appropriate, those kind of the red, yellow, green parameters are all identified there and will be clearly provided to students. This is a work in progress. We know that tomorrow, some of the things about AI will be new tomorrow that weren't here today, and so these things will be a revolving door on that. We also know that we're going to have to give them a whirl, and maybe there are some things that we are learning about the parameters that we put in place that need to be tweaked with that. But we know that it's here. We need to appropriately teach the tool or when it can be used for the appropriate activities, so that it isn't just something that I'm just going to push this out all the time, and it can kick back an assignment that can be given. And Mr. Truex can probably attest, and Dr. McCrindle, and Mrs. Gill, who are part of some of these conversations and discussions, it's a debatable topic, right? Some are like, no, never, it shouldn't be used. My child should be able to do this or whatnot, but we know it's out there, and it's utilized for a lot of jobs. And so how do we appropriately teach that? And again, right now that language won't be in the elementary handbook. It's just in our middle and high school because of the activities and the assignments that will be pushed back. But some really great work on that. In a little bit, we'll talk about policy. That was a recommended committee that each school district has, and hey, we're ahead of the game. So kudos to you guys for doing that there. And again, those will be put in the handbook up on the website, handed out to all students at the beginning of the school year, or beginning of courses to really go over. But other things that are in the handbook recommendations are date changes, maybe the calendar of when there are different assessment cycles, names of people who may have left in the replacements there, some just very cosmetic types of things that happen on an annual basis. I do want to give a shout out to Mrs. Woods for joining us on our annual meeting, taking all of the feedback and the decisions and whatnot, and tag team making all those corrections We've got the 4 levels of the handbook, and she did 3 of those, and I took 1 of those, and she was just faster at it than me. So thank you for your support in getting all of that done. But again, our handbooks, the meat and potatoes of the changes are addressed with our students that first week of school. The highlights of all of the things with behavior, consequences, all of those are gone over, even if there aren't any changes on an annual basis with our students. Again, it could be, trying to think at the high school, if they do it during one of their 3rd hour rate-away lessons, advisor things at the middle school level, and just with classroom teachers at the elementary level. So any questions about the student handbook revisions? Seems like a lot, but not as much as we've had in the past because of the work that has really been put in place these last couple of years.
I had a comment and a question. Well, first, well done. I just want to commend especially the AI committee, because this is such a complex issue that somehow you boil it down to give the right parameters, at least in my opinion, right parameters, especially with the purpose statement of starting with a human being and then getting some insights with a human being in between. So well done on that front. My question is, and maybe I missed it, is there any reference or section about student voice? Now we can provide some guidelines to students and how they give their voice?
So I know there are various opportunities at different levels, right, to to the classroom teacher, if it's, something about a course. I know that there's, many things that we've been talking about, that have been implemented at the various levels. At the high school, we know that there's SALT with the, student, leadership, athletic leadership, with the athletic department. I always say it wrong, but our principal leadership council, I think Nico is shaking his head, I got it right this time. At the high school level, there's a variety of, we will be implementing, it'll probably be called something different at our middle schools there to, mirror that as we get that feedback. I know that, specifically at Marlowe, they regularly have lunches with the students where I've been into the conference room and there's dry erase board afterwards of really good suggestions of, hey, we'd like to see this, here's a challenge, and taking that feedback and really being able to do that at the elementary a lot with their advisory or their ambassador programs. Dr. McCrindle and I, we'll give a foreshadowing of when we do our KPIs, talked about that we will be starting a superintendent district office student advisory program to be able to get that feedback. So no, right now, because there's so many different mechanisms, no, something that we could add in there could be, student voice is, and again, the statement that it is highly encouraged, that feedback is sought after, and kind of more of a generic phrasing around that. Absolutely open to adding something there, again, to show that proactivity that we do care about that. The board would like to see that. I'm happy to add, paragraph.
Yeah, I think his statement would be helpful, just so it does, as you said, Ms. Lombard, it's calling it out, that we're paying attention to it, even though we don't know all the specifics and how things are gonna happen with all the work that you're doing right now. Just at least it will bring it to the forefront that this is important to us.
Important.
Yep.
Sure, yes, and we'll do that, and I'll highlight that when we take action on it next month, if you're good with that.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
My comment was, kudos to all the handbook work as well as the AI work. That was a lot of work, to get to this point. And I understand that, students get a lot of this in the first couple weeks of school and the Raider weight lessons. Is there a way that we can, do a summary of changes for families, for parents, especially, with returning families on the handbook, and just kind of like checking it off and saying like, yep, the handbook's come out again, but there's a lot of really important changes this year, that I just want to make sure that families are aware of and understanding. And one thought I had was maybe even just a cover page on the front of we get a digital one as families. So just wondering what thoughts we have around that.
Sure, absolutely. We do have, like you said, we've got the mechanisms for students. Sometimes they don't go home and share that, right? At the dinner table. What happened today? Nothing. No, but we can absolutely, a couple ideas that, as you were talking, that sparked that, dependent on the level where those changes were, we could ask that, there are a few of them that, we have to put out on an annual basis with our bullying, harassment, intimidation policies, our attendance policies. So in those, when I push out the letter from me to parents, I can highlight some of those in there. We will, can help write some of this up for the school buildings newsletters that go, as well as when we do push out that the component that they have to kind of mark off or sign off that they read it. A cover sheet like that would be a great idea. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
So to piggyback on what Andy said, maybe even revisiting the handbook more than just the beginning of the year, maybe when we come back after winter break, just to kind of highlight some things, especially if we've seen trends in any of the buildings, just to kind of highlight that and refresh students, because everybody's all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at the beginning of the school year when taking things in, but then, the school year happens and homework's there and extracurriculars and maybe nice.
And we can tie that with Champs. I know all of the buildings do after various breaks, or even if it's not, hey, we just had winter break or we're coming up to February, those key times. But based on our data of referrals and discipline, or even just anecdotal things that a teacher or team may they have to reset after, so much, time to say, hey, we're really seeing a challenge here, and we reset with our expectations, and it can be a reminder of some of the, the responses or consequences that may happen.
Yeah.
So that could be, implemented with our Champs and Stoic as well.
So, and I kind of went ahead of myself, but I just wanted to say kudos to everyone that was part of this. I'm really excited, as, I said before, really streamlining our handbooks, especially for the middle school, not, like one handbook for both middle schools, not, oh, well, Heinemann does this and Marlowe does, I remember that was a big one, but a lot of that kind of pitting one another against each other, well, how come they get away with things? So that's really nice to have just these unified handbooks for our students and keep that continuity there. And kudos to everybody for addressing things that are just real for what our students are up against.
And just a reminder with our implementation of all of this, we have a behavioral task force that looks at different interventions that meets on was monthly as they were implementing those and developing those. It will be on a quarterly basis. So our administrators that oversee that at the building level meet regularly. It's data that we talk about with our assistant principals and our deans on a regular basis. Mrs. Spears and Dr. Hoyo kind of lead that. And so those kinds of things are reviewed to make sure that we are being as consistent as possible, so that if I issue this, that Mr. Troy would be issuing a similar type situation in a similar fashion if all aspects of that student's needs are equal. If not, so we do calibrate that on a regular basis to make sure, because we did see inconsistencies, and that's why that matrix was put into play, and those things are referred to and discussed on a regular basis. We plan to implement table talks around discipline. So if this were to happen, how would our administrators handle that to make sure, again, to collaborate and calibrate? We do that with writing and how we assess things. We should do that with behavior as well. So
I agree. Excellent. And then another point, and this isn't me having a stance on e-bikes whatsoever, either way, that's not the point of my comment here. But with our school property, is school property considered private or public property? And if there was an accident or an injury, like the district liable for anything that could have, if there's an accident, let's say we're cutting through a field that's up to that district's property, are we at any kind of risk for that?
So, well, in a sense, it's our property. So if there was an accident, can we issue can we call the police to issue a ticket? Nope. Mr. Dean, right? We'd have to kind of dictate if there were, accidents that happen there. Liability you're talking about, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Altmeyer, because we just actually had this conversation downstairs, and kind of the umbrella of insurance falls under him. I know the answer, but I'm going to ask him to throw it out there.
In the general situation, no, they're really, everybody says there's liability, but we're only liable if we were extremely negligent in what, in what caused the accident, right? So if somebody trips in our parking lot, are we negligent? No, right? It's an accident. So in most situations, 99.9% of the situations, there's not a liability concern because we haven't done anything grossly negligent to cause whatever we're talking about. If that makes sense.
It does. So,
Let me give you an example. We have kids get into accidents in our parking lot all the time. Hit our poles. I think we had one hit our poles over in Marlowe last week, right? That we are not liable for that because we didn't do anything to cause the accident, nor were we negligible with the way in which the parking lot is laid out, for example.
well, but we don't forbid driving in our parking lots. So again, and I'm being devil's advocate right now, so just, I'm not trying to be, so we know that there's ordinance that says they're not allowed to be ridden. That was passed, it had nothing to do with whether my opinion is irrelevant. But do we have an obligation with our grounds, like, to enforce that beyond the,
What do you mean by obligation to enforce?
I'm asking, do we have to enforce, the municipal?
So we had, like last summer, there was an example where we had a student whipping down Dr. John Berkey Drive extremely fast while I was going over to another campus. Immediately called Mr. Dean. I said, I know it's the summer, they're not supposed to be here. We called our campus resource officer just to kind of monitor, look out for if we saw that. There's probably conversation that they would have with the student or the family about those kinds of things, so.
I'm just trying to protect, like, the district to make sure that we're not vulnerable for anything, especially since we know it's an ordinance. It's all over Lake in the Hills, Huntley, people are posting that these kids are not supposed to ride in these, and do we have an obligation to, with our properties at our schools? That's all. And it just started flowing, the thoughts are new, so I saw that, so. Okay.
What about, I got a question, like piggyback on that, as far as like, what if some kids want to play on our field? Like baseball or soccer, or are they considered like public for anybody to use, even our turf ones, or, you know, we only have the one at the high school, but I mean.
No, you need to have permission to be able to utilize those or rent those. We've had outside organizations who rent them, and last year there was a mix-up, that they thought they had the field, and they didn't, or they didn't have permission, and something occurred, we're not liable for that. But if somebody jumped over the fence, we're playing out on the football field, we'd address it. Right?
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, to add to everyone else, what others have said, thank you very much for all the sets of eyes and all the work and time that went into working on that handbook. Regardless of how many additions, modifications there were this year compared to prior years, it still takes a lot of effort to go through that and parse through it, comb through it, etc. Also, thank you to Drendel's Corner for their donation to the wiki step. Much appreciated. Moving on to item 9, learning and innovation. Dr. McCrindle, anything to touch on tonight?
I do. I have 2 updates this evening. The first one's regarding the middle school schedule. We had given an update about a year ago at this time that we were beginning to take a look at our middle school schedule, and we're hoping to have a change to our middle school schedule by the fall of 25-26. And we do not plan to have a change for this next school year. It's not because we have not been doing work on this, but we have not solidified what that final schedule should look like. We've had a representative group of teachers continue to meet this school year. We actually went and attended every single teacher's grade level PLCs at the middle schools, and thank you to the building admin in the room because they helped facilitate those conversations to make sure we're getting feedback from everyone, from literacy teachers, science teachers, music teachers, PE teachers, because we want to make sure that our schedule represents the needs of our students, but also meeting the needs of the learning and what teachers are saying that they need as well. And so we did not solidify a change that we felt confident enough in to make a change for the next school year. We do plan to move forward and start in the fall with the goal to have a finalized schedule early on so that we can implement it during the 26-27 school year. This year we did reaffirm that the importance of the schedule is to prioritize time for core subjects, support for students performing below and above proficiency, so interventions and gifted and accelerated enrichment, and then maintaining access to music, electives, and other enrichment opportunities. And so trying to balance all of that within the minutes of the day that we have is difficult to do, but we know we need to change something because we aren't meeting all those needs right now. And so our plan would be to continue to dive into this. A new challenge that did come up in these conversations, and it's still with us, with the whole L&I team, with all of the building admin, was that our special educators have shared that it's difficult sometimes in their roles to work with multiple grade levels, multiple contents, and so we also are trying to figure out how do we make sure that our related service providers, our special education teachers are able to meet the needs of our students who are that have IEPs, so that their needs are met as well. So all that to say, we did not change our schedule for the next school year. We are going to bring the group back together to make a recommendation for the 26-27 school year. We've seen a little more time to do the right thing. I had the AI update in there just so that it was, you could see also that in addition to what Ms. Lombard shared, we do have a plan to communicate to families through the June newsletter. It'll be just a little short summary of what we've shared here in that June newsletter going out to families as well as staff. And then Mr. Truax, huge thank you for leading the work with the AI task force. But he is working on some professional learning for teachers, and that's been built into the professional learning calendar for next school year, because we know AI is exciting and it also can be a little scary as well. And so we want to make sure that we're supporting our staff and being able to their knowledge, and everyone's at a different level of understanding and usage of AI. And so we don't want to get out ahead too far on anything. We want to bring our staff along in that process. And so I just wanted to add that our professional learning plan does include opportunities for teachers to continue to learn and understand what AI is and what that impact would be for them in their classroom. I'd like to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for that. Communications and public engagement. Ms. Barr.
Yes, so as I do on a monthly basis, I provided the FOIA report. Just wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to look at that. Any questions on that?
Any questions? Go ahead.
Okay. And then as well, included the communications dashboard. And this is sort of just a summary overview of how we communicate across different platforms and the level of engagement on those platforms. So those are just things that are helpful for my team to be looking at as we go forward, so we know what content and platforms resonate with our stakeholders. I just wondered if anybody had any questions on that. I did try to provide some terminology explanation this time with it. Reference.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, thank you for that.
And then just one other update, I didn't put this in writing, but I did just want to mention that we did kick off our Writers Read Together series this week on Monday, and had a great turnout. This year's a little bit different because we're offering it twice to try to accommodate different schedules for families. So we did a 1 o'clock session at the library, and we had 64 adults and kids there. And then and our elementary principals were the guest readers. And then we did it again at 5 o'clock at the Park District. So that's the new one that we've added. And we had 14, is what I think I counted. So far fewer, but still, I think accommodating the needs of different families, probably, working families. So anyway, it's been a lot of fun. I also had some fun activities that Amy and her team kind of planned and led after the readings, and kids got to see the little habitat home. And anyway, and then we're having fun around town too. So if you're out and about, look for Humphrey the Hamster. He's got about 10 different businesses and restaurants around Huntley, and then we're also getting some fun photos of kids when they find him. They're sending them in, or they're putting them on social media. And then they also, along with their book, they were given a drawing, like a coloring page. And they were encouraged to take, to decorate their own Humphrey and take him with me, take him with them, much like the Flat family, if anybody remembers that. So we're getting some pictures in that way too. And the hope is that we can kind of continue this campaign throughout the summer, keep that energy and enthusiasm around Humphrey and the readings, and even bring it into next year as a talking tool when they get back into the classroom, things they can share about their summer with their Humphrey. So it's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah. And for the record, I tried to have real hamsters, and they wouldn't let me do that. I vetoed that one.
I would have loved to have
You
seen
see?
that. Yeah.
From Ms. Lombard.
All right, any questions on the FOIA report, or anything else from Ms. Barr? All right, thank you for that. Number 11, President's report, under board discussion. I don't have anything at this time. Is there anybody that has something they would like to see placed for future discussions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to preface this by saying this request isn't coming as a means to criticize or anything. I'm really trying to, hoping to open up a discussion to see what some needs and supports are and share some ideas. So I was hoping to get an updated or a presentation on the SES program within special ed, and really kind of maybe some explanation as to what the goal is of that program, how those goals and how the program differs, especially from building to building. I mean, obviously it's going to be different at Conley than it is at the high school. And really it's to open up that discussion as to what might be needed, what support looks like from staff there. Even, like maybe the idea of like an ALOP for middle school, as, we've got that for the high school, but what is like maybe a stepping stone between, I guess, at the middle school level versus outplacement? Is there something in between that we could create for students who do have difficulties? So, probably talked a lot, but.
Are you okay if I respond? Good?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. No, I'm really glad that you asked the question. I think it is the right time to ask the question. For the last 2 years, the special education department has been working to get program alignment, not just for our SES programs, but for all of our self-contained programs. So we started this, it aligned with our KPIs 2 years ago to make sure that the programs we're offering are available across all of our grade levels and in alignment. So the program you see in K2 building would look very similar to a program that would be offered at the high school, the differences being around the ages and stages of our children. But when we start to look at our programs, we started this a couple years ago, one of the things we noticed is that there was some misalignment in programs, and we had a need and an opportunity to expand programs to allow for access in homeschools. I say that because for the last 2 years, we've been working on getting input from staff, from parents, from students across the board on what it means to be, a SNAP program or an SES program, so that we could finalize these descriptions. There's a lot of really important reasons why the actual description of the program, like you're talking about, like what do we stand for, what do we offer, why are we doing this, what do we need, what makes us different than the programs in our gen ed, all of that, program descriptions help bring us together around that understanding and will allow us to articulate between buildings and across the district. Our program descriptions were just finalized last month. We talked about them at the curriculum workshop the other night. Those will be published on our district website, so they will be very family-friendly, front-facing. Our staff will have access to them. Denise in the communications department will work on, one-pagers that can help really all of us understand what are the non-negotiables we have for all of our self-contained programs. Okay. And then what do each of the 4 of our self-contained programs in the district offer and why. We have a primary area of focus and a secondary area of focus. So there is a lot that we will want to update you on. Mr. Bobby and I had talked end of the school year in May about what are the key things we want to bring to the board as part of the committee as a whole, and so that we're updating you. One of those things would be the programs. So I think not just the SES program, but what I would like to see us do is potentially in September, as I was looking at the schedule, September would be a good opportunity for us to talk about the program review for each of the 4 programs, and highlight what are the similarities and differences, and really showcase how we are in alignment across the district, what supports we have, what additional supports we might need. We are going to continue to develop these programs so that they are robust and offer our students the most rigorous academic instruction, as well as the most rigorous supports for their other needs, whether it be social emotional learning or functional skills, all with their outcomes in mind. We are very fortunate to be in a district that's a unit district. We get to see some of our youngest and most complex learners from the time they get here, and the more we are in alignment, the better their outcomes will be. So I appreciate the question very much, because for 2 years we've been working to get that alignment, and we'll be excited to share that with you in September if that works for you.
It does. And the reason, just to clarify, the reason that I had kind of zoned in on SES is, our other programs are a little bit more self-explanatory. When we talk about SES, it's been named social emotional studies, structured education study, like what is that acronym? And within that, we have, some ED and BD mixed together, and how does that work?
Yeah.
And what is the right thing to do? So, I love the idea of a presentation of all of our programs, and how they align. That was the reason why I had specifically kind of picked on
Yes, no,
SES.
and I appreciate it. One thing specifically, but just for tonight's yes, specifically about SES, some of the I think most exciting highlights that we've done over the last year around SES specifically is all of our staff in the last year who are working in the SES program, whether it's social workers, OT, speech, paraprofessionals, teachers, all had access to professional learning, specifically around the Circle of Courage, which is a model that we're using to really understand how kids get their needs met. They all had access to that, which anchored the work we will be doing together this summer. In fact, on Monday, we have a team of teachers, related service providers, administrators coming together to do some curriculum writing, specifically for the SES program. And we have representation across all grade levels and across the disciplines. That curriculum writing will allow us to really emphasize even further what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we differentiate between our internalizers and our externalizers. The SES program is designed to support students who have some social emotional learning needs, and that shows up in just a wide variety of ways. And we want to make sure our teachers are equipped to support those individual needs, and our students feel that their needs are being met too, because to your point, there are a wide variety of them. So we have been doing some very specific work around SES, and I think Monday will be the start of our curriculum writing. That process will take us through the summer, and then in August, that team will have some recommendations for implementation of what are the things we can accomplish this upcoming year, specifically around SES. But I say that, we're also doing that same kind of work for our SNAP program and our Strategy Ed program with Unique Learning System, which is going into its second year of implementation to focus on math. And so I don't want to forget to mention all of that great work, but because you brought up SES, I'm happy to share that, and we'll be really excited to see where this goes. We have some amazing staff who are fully engaged in this and eager to map this out. So
I'm excited for it. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
For that, anything else to bring up for future board discussion? All right, moving on. Number 12, Curriculum Instruction Committee. I'll turn over to Mr. Feckley for that.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. I will turn it over to Dr. McCrindle for the first agenda item, 12.1, e-learning day plan.
Go ahead.
For e-learning, I wanted to provide an update regarding our e-learning plan. So triannually, I had to make sure I said that correctly, districts must go ahead and get their e-learning plan approved by the school board, and then it would then be sent to our to the McHenry County ROE for their approval, and then if that gets approved, then we are able to potentially utilize an e-learning day in lieu of an emergency day. And so one of the what we have before you is our e-learning plan. We did not make many edits to this. Our plan is very robust. It does ensure learning. It allows all of our students to have live instruction with their teachers throughout the day. It meets all of the criteria that is required in the school code, which includes 5 clock hours of instruction, making sure that students have access to their individual needs with their IEPs for any related services or supports, as well as our interventions that students might miss on a day if there was an e-learning day called. We do have appropriate notice that we give to our families to let them know what's going on, as well as our students. We have identified how our students all access their learning. And so you'll see that our plan, we did not make many edits to it because we received feedback from our staff as well as some families and ourselves, and we feel like we've done a pretty solid job of that plan. The one thing that did change was with kindergarten. Kindergarten will follow an asynchronous e-learning day plan, which is similar to our preschool plan. The reason for that is we are not one-to-one with devices for kindergarten anymore starting next school year. They have a set of Chromebooks within the classroom that they will be able to access if a teacher chooses to utilize that. But since they're not taking them home, they will not be hopping on live. So what that means is, just like at the ECC level, teachers will send home some work with the students. we have gone ahead and prepped what that could be, and then teachers will just insert where they are in math or literacy to kind of change that. That will come home hard copy with students, and then the teacher will be available to hop on a live maybe morning meeting if a parent chooses to have their child hop on optionally at kindergarten. But that is the one change that we did make to this plan. Beyond that, we've run a couple of these in the last couple of years, and it has been a nice option to have when Ms. Lombard is making a decision on what type of day to call, and that we feel confident that our staff and our students are able to continue learning. And so what we have before you is the plan, and then if we receive approval from you, we would be pushing this forward for a public hearing on July 17th as a part of our Board of Education meeting. The reason for that is that's part of what's in school code that is required in order to get our e-learning day plan. After that public hearing, if it passes on July 17th with a vote, then we would go ahead and take it to the McHenry County ROE for approval, and once they approve it, we would be good to go for the next 3 years.
One of the things that it doesn't need to be in the plan, but just wanted to highlight that the past 2 years we have received feedback solicited from groups of students about the activities. We actually had a perfect opportunity, not this past school year, but the one before, going to the Principal Leadership Council, and that year, if you remember, we had a snow day and an e-learning day, all wrapped around the same weekend, and this year's e-learning was that same weekend, so we just need to be careful next year on that. We'll see a pattern. But to get feedback of what worked, what were their impressions about both, and all of that, again, helps make decisions with, again, that stakeholder voice of the students. But then can be utilized to provide any feedback if there were any challenges or struggles, or feedback about the way it was set up at a high school or middle school level to gain that. So that was extremely important to get that, and that was shared with administrators. And then hopefully that trickled down to teachers so that if we needed to utilize either one of those kind of days, we got some feedback there. So that was really beneficial. And I think the students appreciated that. You were a part of that group, so.
Any discussion on the e-learning plan or questions?
I love that the kindergartners don't have to do this, so. You're good, that's all I have.
I just had one
Go ahead.
clarification question. Does e-learning work then for, let's say we have one building that water pipe breaks or a gas or something, so one specific building or one campus, if they went, would they go to an e-learning, and that would still?
Great question. So that depends, right? And we had that, not this school year, like 2 school years ago, where it was one building, and it was actually going to be 2 days. It was a water break out on Reed Road that impacted, it was just Martin, I believe, that was impacted. We don't have to call a day for the entire, we can still use that. And because it was 2 days when it was happening, the first day, we didn't have anybody get on anything, and the second, we did e-learning. Again, we want to make sure our teachers have time to prepare for that. So we're going to look at the length of time that they would be out and all of that to make a decision, but we would have that opportunity to be able to do so. The state would not require that we would have to have some type of learning.
So it wouldn't count against our 5 e-learning if we chose to have that one building or that one campus, let's say electricity well or whatever, and they have to be down, it wouldn't count against the district's 5 days.
Correct.
And if we chose just to keep it no e-learning, those students don't have to come an extra day.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you.
Unless there's any other discussion, are we comfortable moving this forward to July 17th?
Yep.
All right, we will do that. Next agenda item is 12.2, College and Career Readiness Update, KPI 2.2.
All right, I have invited Mr. Truax to join us at the table as he has been reading out from the curriculum side on this KPI to provide an update on KPI 2.2, which is the Learning and Innovation Department will complete a comprehensive review of educational programming, designed to support our students' college and career readiness with our programming and post-secondary outcomes, including employment, education, training, and independent living for all students pre-K to 22. A status update with actionable items will be shared by the end of the 24-25 school year, which is tonight. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for joining us, and he and Ms. Gill will be sharing this update.
We can look across the room to each other. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to update you on this. We did a comprehensive exploration of what our opportunities are available for our kids. You can hear me here?
We can, you want to make sure they can. A little closer.
I will try to talk as close as I can. Feels good. Okay. We did, at the center of our work is the PACE framework, which we're going to talk a little bit about tonight. We did a consideration of what we have available right now to align with the PACE framework from the state of Illinois. We did an analysis of our current curriculum and our instructional practices all across our grade level. We examined our student feedback that we gathered from our secondary students, especially at the high school level. And then we also identified strengths and opportunities for improvement for the future. So we're going to outline those today. And as you kind of just said there, yeah, thank you. So let's tell you what PACE is. It's an acronym that stands for Post-Secondary and Career Expectations. The state officially expects us to implement this on July 1st of this year. The positive for us is there's been a lot of work done over the last several years to really make sure that we're ready to go. And so a lot of the things that we'll be updating you on today, the positive is we have most of these things in place, and then we're just going to continue to expand and revise. At the middle school level, the expectation is that students are really trying to build self-awareness and then begin their initial exploration. At the middle school level, we even have courses literally built into our system right now that we call exploratory. We want to reinforce the growth mindset and then begin the foundation for kids to think about future careers. So that means that there's activities there for self-reflection. If they're in a course like medical detectives, what future opportunities might be available for them that they get to think about, and then just some career cluster surveys so students begin to look at their own interests as they move through our middle school. At the high school level, students create plans. They're working with their counselors, their teachers, and so on, set goals for their future careers and their post-secondary options. There's a lot of course planning, work-based learning. They do post-secondary visits, so you know, college visits, things like that. They work on their resumes and then financial aid. And again, this really is a state expectation that all schools, unless they opt out, but we do not, we want to make sure that our kids have this as an opportunity, that by the time they hit 12th grade, they are ready to think about their college or career future ahead of them. And so we set them up for financial aid forms, real-world readiness, and then experiences for internships, certifications, and so on. And so we'll talk a little bit about that programming and what's available. That is much smaller on that screen than it is on the slide deck. But that right there is the middle school expectation. And so the language there that I would highlight to you is there's a lot about exposure and supporting students to look through these. So students will have the opportunity to get informed with different examples for the range of careers. We're talking about sixth graders. Much of their idea of what's happening in the world is what they see on TV or they hear from their parents. Or I shouldn't say TV, I don't know how many of them actually watch that anymore, but YouTube and other places. And so we want to make sure that we're purposely exposing them, that students get to engage in self-reflection, so we build that into our coursework, and that students really get to explore their habits, how that's positively going to impact their future, and then really what they might want to do for a career. An eighth grade student is not going to know all of those things, but what is really beautiful about Huntley is that we have so many academies and programming and career pathways. We asked our eighth graders, I have an upcoming freshman, so we got to do the freshman night. They get to see they're exposed to so many different opportunities. And so we were asking an eighth grader, like, do you want to be in the medical profession? We wanted an eighth grader to be thinking about that ahead of time, just like what are some of the cool things that they get a chance to do. And so the age framework sets that up. It gets more robust, as you can see there, in 9th through 12th grade. It shifts more to the reality, not just like reflection and exploration, but the reality of what would it mean if you were pursuing an opportunity in college? What does the cost look like? What does it mean to be in a pathway where you might go into nursing? And what are some of the coursework opportunities for that? If you want to be an engineer, what does that look like? And so the PACE framework sets that out for students, and then our programming aligns to that to try to make sure they meet those, that exposure and those preparation for when they leave. So this is kind of an outline of all of the programming that we currently have. At the middle school, we have 5 major buckets of exploratory. This is beyond your typical core courses. So when we say all of our students are being prepared for college and career readiness, because we believe firmly in supporting their ELA growth, right? They need to be literate. We want to make sure they have a strong foundation in math. We also want to make sure that they have these different opportunities that we have the privilege of being able to offer. So we have a strong FACT programming with food, STEM programs. So we have computer science, design modeling, robotics, and so on at the middle school. A fine arts exploration. So we have graphic arts, ceramics, 2D, 3D, language opportunities, Spanish 6th and 7th grade, but we also then begin to offer some high school courses, which I'll outline in a second, and then communications. Students really focus on speech. One of those things, our younger students, public speaking is a challenge for them. And so we try to make sure that they have an opportunity to practice that together. They do it through a variety of ways, sometimes like silly debates, sometimes theater performances, things like that. We also then purposely in the middle school try to offer students an opportunity to think about and get access to credit to high school prior to entering high school. So they have access to English 1, it's actually English 1 honors, but English 1, Algebra 1, Geometry, Spanish 1, and Spanish for Spanish speakers. At the high school, I'm not going to read all of those if that's okay. But there is a lot of opportunities for kids. They have a lot of AP courses available. We've offered them for a long while, although we continue to expand. I believe this year we just are going to be, for this upcoming school year, offering AP pre-calculus. So we continue to expand our AP programming for kids, and then our dual credit courses have been the biggest area of expansion over the last several years. And so our students have the opportunity to take dual credit to earn credit at a college. Whereas AP, you have to take the test and make sure that you have the appropriate score to potentially earn that credit in the state of Illinois. And so we have such a wealth of those courses here, and we continue to grow them all the time. Additionally, right now, in terms of our college and career opportunities for kids, we have 4 different academies. Our more established academies that have been here the longest are medical and engineering. In the last few years, we've also created fine arts in the Global Academy. So those 4 academies also give students kind of a menu path for them to really experience different partnerships than they would if they just go through a typical graduation set of requirements. Medical Academy, they get to literally go to Northwestern, depending on the students and see what happens there, and so on. And so then we also have dual degree. Students can earn their Associates of Arts degree from MCC while completing their high school credit as well. And then finally, we also have some courses called Partnership for College and Career Success, which is an acronym is PCS. It's just so much fun to say. But those are courses that we partner with MTC. We do not offer them at our school. Students go to MTC to take them. So some examples of that are listed there: automotive tech. You might have heard of fire science, and then nursing. Students go to MTC. They take those courses to earn the credit there. Then they get hands-on training, certificates, and degrees, depending on what they're taking. But they do have to provide their own transportation. We also, this year, as part of this, the last several years, as part of the PACE framework and the charge that we've been given by the state, we have these college and career pathway endorsements. I think sometimes in this slide deck, I might have referred to them as CCPE, because we love acronyms. But there are some key things that are required for us to offer an endorsement for students. We have to have a partnership with another education entity, so MTC as an example, or Harper. Students need to earn 6 hours of college credit, and they must be 4 semesters of high school credit for specific courses in those pathways. Students need to have a minimum of 2 career exploration activities built into those courses or into that pathway itself. They also have to have 2 team-based challenges. And then they do 60 hours of career development or internship. That can be paid, or they receive high school credit. And then finally, they need to meet academic readiness standards for both ELA and math. And so examples could be a specific scale score in SAT or a specific ACT score. These are the current pathways on the far right that we offer, that were approved again this year for the state. There are 8 of them. The things on the left are the endorsement clusters that we then more broadly attach to with the state. And so students can get a pathway in environmental service systems, accounting, health sciences, engineering technology, and so on. So if they take the appropriate coursework and they meet all those other expectations that we have there, they receive, they complete that pathway, they get a seal on their transcript, and those kinds of things.
Tag in it, right?
You tag your, yeah.
So in addition to the work we're doing around these programs within the district aligned with PACE, we are also ensuring that we support all students with additional opportunities for college and career readiness. We have a number of students who are eligible to receive additional educational services through our transition program, our LIGHT program. And I think our LIGHT program is doing some incredibly innovative things to ensure our commitment to further college and career readiness for some of our most complex learners. There's a real shift in mindset happening across the country and in our state, and specifically here in Huntley, around ensuring that our most complex learners have the opportunities to access the course of study that allows them the same opportunities to explore careers in college and really have an expectation set around offering all of our students the same opportunities so that they exit our educational system with the best access to college and career. More and more students with disabilities are attending post-secondary schooling. Across the country, we are expanding certificated programs and programs that are degree-bearing. We really want to make sure that we are preparing all of our students to engage in whatever college or career outcome they desire. So as you know, in our previous program model for LIGHT, we were really providing all students their pretty traditional programming. So when we were offering instruction or transition services, we kept our students together and our staff together, and as we expanded into our current program model, what it has allowed us to do is offer every student an opportunity to be serviced and supported in the areas of employment, education training, and independent living in separate spaces with targeted instruction. We can go to the next slide. We now have 3 buildings in our community, noting that the real world is not one place, right? We go to many, many places for our employment, for our career interests. We have about 60 students in our program right now with a wide range of needs. And so our staff structure allows us to really target some of those college and career readiness skills that do take some additional time for some of our students to gain. Our vocational center on Vine Street is really giving our students hands-on opportunities and experience to gain competitive paid employment, which is the gold standard and is what we should expect of all of our students, even our students with the most complex needs, that they should be able to earn competitive paid employment if that is something that they are desiring. We do much of the work in the LIGHT program through a community-based instruction model and creating these authentic opportunities for our students who need them. We are really cognizant to use organizations that guide the work, our national organization as well as our state organization, so MTAC being our National Technical Assistance Center for Transition, and the Illinois Center for Transition and Work, who was just here at the beginning of this week, in fact, working with our team on creating a scope and sequence for our students in the LIGHT program that ensures that they also have the most rigorous access to the courses and the instruction they need. So all of these additional opportunities that are part of the LIGHT program, I think, highlight our commitment as a district to making sure that all of our students have the college and career readiness they need and in the time that they need it, because some of them do need additional time. We're really excited about that. Back to you, Brian.
Thank you. I'm going to work on talking into this mic. Okay. One of the other things that we did to make sure that we're looking through what we currently offer, this is also meant to look at how we can continue to grow. And so we have a lot of students engaging in our programming. Our college and career opportunities are different pathways. We have over 800 students who've taken AP exams in the last year. We have 900 students taking dual credit capacity. We have 400 students who are taking at least one course in our state endorsed career pathways as well. And so we had a lot of engagement there. But we also surveyed our kids to ask how they feel about preparation. We weren't able to survey the entire student body, but we were able to get a representative body of students. And so we asked a multitude of questions. I want to highlight two of them to you tonight. One is, do my classes help me understand the different career pathways and opportunities that might be available for me after high school? And overwhelmingly, our students do agree, which is a really positive thing. We do have some students who are not in agreement there, and so we're going to continue to explore what things we can do. But it was positive to hear from kids that, generally speaking, they really do find that we have a lot of opportunities. And then there are enough opportunities for me to explore subjects or activities that I am passionate about through our programming. And again, you can see there, students are saying yes, absolutely. There's other slides here I'm going to show you in a moment. They were really willing to give us additional things they want to see us do. I'll be transparent up front. We had hundreds and hundreds of entries. So I did use the power of AI. I didn't cite it appropriately tonight, so don't judge me too harshly. But I did use ChatGPT to go through and comb through and look for major trends. And so 4 things that they shared with us as key insights around this question. What is one thing the school could do better to support their preparation? They highlighted expand their career focus and hands-on learning. They wanted improved college and career planning support. That's an area we're going to need to continue to focus on. Increase access to resources and opportunities. While we've spent time highlighting all the things we offer, they still want more, and that's wonderful. We'll see, of course, always what's possible for us. And then make life skills and real-world prep a priority. They want more help and support in time management, financial literacy, and then understanding real-world expectations beyond high school. And then that is really small, and I've debated about how much to include, but I wanted to accurately represent what kids were asking for. So we also asked them this question. Are there any specific classes or programs that they're not currently offered that you'd be interested in? And they had a few ideas. So I'll just kind of highlight a few, which is trades and technical ed. They wanted more opportunities in there, automotive, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, and so on. They want more STEM and engineering, more tech and programming, health and science and medical. I was happy to see that creative and performing arts also still came forward. We saw humanities, business, cosmetology. They still want higher ed opportunities still, more dual credit. Our kids are aware of the wealth of opportunities out there, and they're just always looking to see that we continue to explore them. One of the things that I'm trying to remember who asked earlier, I think it might have been you, Mr. Bobby, what are we doing for student voice? One of the ways that we currently try to balance this, like especially as they get to high school, is that students they end up voting with their feet a bit, and that they we try to offer as much as possible with the certifications and the staff that we have. And then students select those classes, and that's what we try to prioritize for running. But we're always looking to see what are additional things that students are interested in that we continue to grow. We have, I can tell you right now, if Mr. Weedoff was here, Ms. Novak, Ms. Kish, or anyone else, they have hundreds of ideas for classes. It's just some point we have to we can't do all of those. But you can see our kids are still always looking to see what additional things we do. So next steps. What we want to do is continue to enhance and expand our programs. We have a lot of opportunities for our kids here, but we really want to make sure that we're developing a consistent and structured exploratory program at the middle schools. We want to bring both Marlowe and Heineken more closely aligned. And so that is work that will be happening next year. The teachers, along with the partnership with their department chairs in the curriculum department and their building leadership, we'll be working to figure out how to tighten up those classes and then what classes we might explore in the future. As you saw in there, at one point we have food, but there might be other FACS programs that we could potentially offer, other STEM courses, those kinds of things. Or maybe not about offering more, but how can we clean up the ones that we have? We want to make sure that we continue to align our course offerings to our pathways and what the students' interests are. So we have dual credit in AP, but are there additional options that we can offer or future middle school options? We want to continue to incorporate real-world connections. And so we've worked to, especially at the middle school level, we're continuing to revise. We've partnered with a lot of Project Lead the Way programming to bring in real-world applications where they say, like, here's an example of a student who needs a specially designed program. How might we do that in a design course or a UI? You know, how do you make sure that students can access it? And then continue to conduct inventories for kids, the K-5 level to begin getting their interest and exposure. That's an area we're going to need to dip into. While the PACE framework is a 6 through 12 framework from the state, we want to make sure that we're talking to our K through 5 crew. Ms. Gill, I think you have two here as well.
I have so many things. We're continuing to review our programming for our life students to ensure that they're ready for all outcomes, employment, independent living, education training, and like I said, independent living. We're ensuring that our staffing and facilities support this growth and the growth of our programs. We're exploring how do we adjust the programming that we currently have, and we're going to continue our partnerships with we have targeted technical assistance beginning this school year.
We also want to continue to expand our college and career planning and support opportunities for our kids at the secondary level. So one of the things that we found through our assessment this year is, again, we have a lot of different programs available for kids. And it is available to all students, but not all of them are prescribed for students. If that makes sense. So there are some areas where students elect into it, they're experiencing the wealth of all of those opportunities, and other students who elect not to take them then are less exposed to the PACE framework. So we just have to make some adjustments to what is more required and what those kinds of things. So, and then continue to gather feedback from our students and our families about what they're looking for their future.
I mentioned earlier that our LIGHT program is developing a scope and sequence for students engaged in that programming, but also bridging that through the high school to ensure that our students at the high school are engaging in a course of study that also aligns with their strengths, preferences, and supports needed, and allows them to have the most rigorous access to learning. We've introduced some new assessments specifically to AFL, and are looking to continue to expand our current district events. This last school year was the first time that we bridged our college evenings for our students with disabilities and our transition fair all at one time through the Future Ready event. So we're wanting to expand on all opportunities that we already have established as a district and find ways to bring our families to those events in the same way so that we're adding to existing events instead of creating a separate event. And the Future Ready event was one of those unique ways where we supported college and career readiness this past year, and we'll expand that into next year.
We also want to continue to expand our partnerships. Mr. Weedoff at the high school tries to build a lot of connections with all these different partners in the local community, and then more broadly, we have partnerships with people in Chicago as well. Some of those are listed there. Part of the need for those partnerships, so we send students, and especially as they become upperclassmen at the high school level, they do a lot more specific field trips. We don't do class field trips anymore, like a whole grade level. We'll do if you're in an engineering class, you might go visit the airport and look at what they're doing with jet engine and so on. And so we're trying to make sure that students get those opportunities because then it also allows us to have more partnerships for those internship hours. We've built a lot of connections by doing some of those local field trips. And then our kids get placed and they get to go experience some really cool stuff.
And so you'll see for our light program that will continue to expand the number of community-based instruction opportunities we have, as well as our work-based learning experiences, which provide our students the best opportunity for employment in an area of interest.
I want to make sure that I call attention to one thing I left off on another slide, which is with all of our action steps, we continue to need to make sure that our staff has the right certification and that our facilities support these things too. And I just highlight that because some of the experiences we're providing for our kids, we just need the staff who has the proper training, has the right certification, and then our facilities make sure that they can support those things. And so, again, continuing with our, sorry to pivot there, but to continue back to our community partnerships and real world experiences, making sure again that these are intentional for our students. It is, at the middle school level, as an example, there's some student choice in there that sometimes allows students to choose to not currently experience maybe a STEM class that we would want them to. And so we want to make sure that students are more intentionally exposed before they are more able to make choices later in their 6 through 12 pathways. And then we give them enough tools and guidance to make sure that they have those informed decisions. And then establish a structured approach for students to develop a personalized post-high school plan. We want to make sure that our counseling staff and everyone else can make sure that students know what they're looking for as they leave us.
And I won't read all the bullet points, but essentially making sure that we are also making person-centered decisions and plans for our students with the most complex needs and ensuring that they have the opportunity for those post-secondary outcomes.
And then here, the first bullet point is kind of very basic, but we need to continue to monitor the data that we have for our students. How many students are enrolled in our AP courses? How many students are taking our dual credit programming? How many students are meeting our college readiness indicators? And then develop, we don't have this at the moment, develop a program rubric aligned to the PACE framework for those post-secondary outcomes. We have a lot of opportunities for our students and so many options, but we don't have, because of that intentional program, we need to develop that rubric moving forward. And then we want to disaggregate our participation outcome by student groups. So there are some students, I gave you those raw numbers, we need to be able to look more carefully at which students are accessing that programming, and making sure that if there are barriers to that access, that we can work to reduce those.
I would say at least annually, we look at our post-secondary outcomes for our students who have graduated and or exited our program. And a year later, have they met those outcomes? Are they working, and are they going to school? Are those outcomes that they continue to meet? So those are some things that we will look at annually with our students with IEPs, regardless of whether they engage in the light program or not. Their post-secondary outcomes are measured and analyzed by us in the district.
I think that's it. Did it.
I think you did it.
Nice job.
All right.
Thank you for all the excellent updates. Are there any questions from the board?
I had a question. And a couple comments. The question I had, and then, sorry, I don't know this, for the dual credit for MCC, how is MCC paid? Is that through a grant, or are families expected to pay for the credit
So
MCC?
students right now pay a $25 fee to MCC.
Mm-hmm.
That's the extent of their major commitments to that. And so that's through that partnership. This is part of this has been our rollout of dual credit has taken time because MCC had to get all of their programming on board. What we do here is we offer it locally. So the fee is really for them to gain the credit at MCC. Our teachers are the one running the program.
But then in addition to dual credit, we also have dual degree, which is the program where students can take courses that either are dual credit courses that we offer or courses at MCC in order to get their associate's degree alongside concurrently with their high school diploma. For students who take those courses, there's a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 agreement that we have where MCC covers a third, the families cover a third, and then we cover a third. And so where the we is, it was able to be supported by one of our grants, the Cures grant that did end last school year, and then that didn't cover everything, but the rest was within our local budget, and then this year it's throughout our local budget, either with the high school budget or the learning innovation budget.
So then there's a third option, right?
Yeah,
So
thank you.
some of those courses like the CNA, fire science, that we do not have the capability of teaching with our own teachers, the fee for that is paid by us as a district. So those are the.
Yeah, and asking too, because I'm wondering if there was a family that was economically disadvantaged, that their student could actually do the dual degree, dual credit, if there's a way to assist or support through grant funding those students.
There is, and if it's not grant funding, it would be our local budget, but we would be able to follow, similar to how we do our free and reduced lunch process of students with perceived.
MCC also does pick
Yes,
up that,
thank you.
Okay.
as well.
Yes, thank you.
Great, yeah, I asked because I know it's like before you apply for FAFSA and financial
Yep.
aid and everything.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. And then for a couple of comments I had, one, for the LIGHT program, I'm pleased to see that we're looking at pathways for all programs. So it's, pathways for typically developing students as well as for those in the LIGHT program. And we're recognizing that not every student is the same in the LIGHT program and making sure that we're preparing them for the opportunities that are available post-LIGHT. And I'm especially impressed that we're using the APLE because that is a solid assessment to look at one's progress versus just getting through the day and eventually leaving without any specific goals that one's working on. So kudos to your team on that. That's all I have.
I had a comment. I think it's great on the specific field trips to do, because I remember, it was probably like 25 years ago, I visited Scott Forge when I worked for an engineering company, and they had a field trip. I'm like, yeah, I'll go see that. I remember it like it was yesterday. So to have that up close and personal visual of a field that you may want to go into when you see those places up front, it's really cool to see those. And I just remember that. I know Mr. Kennedy brought up a lot of kids that went to that, and I'm like, I didn't speak to that then, and I'm like, oh, I'll speak to it now, you brought it up. So I think that's really cool to see that. And then also, looks like the students have spoken on pickleball. I think that should come to our district. I work at Pickle House part-time, so I can always help with that.
I debated about keeping that one in, but I just love that.
I love that.
They said it too, so I was like, yes.
I had to touch on that. That's all I had. Thank you.
I had a quick comment. Are you going to say something? Okay. First of all, I want to say that was a wonderful presentation. I want to thank you both. It was very thorough, and you guys really dug deep, especially in getting that student feedback. I think that the trade is really standing out. I mean, the students want that. I think we need that. I think that's in line with what's needed. So I'm really hopeful that eventually we get to a point where we have more of a trades academy, and I know we're monitoring what classes the students like, but are we looking at trends of courses that have low interest? Like, what are things that are kind of dropping off? Do we monitor that as well?
We definitely do, we do. We take a look at our courses and how many students are interested in it. We've had a couple courses actually roll off that we don't offer because we might have had 3 or 4 students interested, and it just doesn't make sense, to run that at this time. This last school year, we actually were able to change out a couple of our math courses to get some more relevant or real-world math courses because students were taking something else. And so we consistently look at that. Dr. Zier, Ms. Gill and I actually sat down at the high school this year to begin to look at their numbers of students that are enrolled in different courses before we decided we were going to go ahead and move forward with rolling out or offering some of the courses that we had. And so that is a part of our process. But we constantly are trying to make sure that we're offering the right things that kids need, but then also when we have the endorsements for the staff that are available to teach them. And so we've been very fortunate to leverage the teacher vacancy grant the last 2 years, and we're going into the third year of that to try and get more staff to be able to be endorsed to teach some of those courses that are hard to find, that our staff are actually interested in doing that. But yes, in short, we do all of that.
This is Myra, one thing, one of the conversations we've had, over the last 2 years, and it's part of the, looking into these, as those numbers are fluctuating, as we're adding more, because there are additional interests that are happening on there. We may have to take a look at, we may have students who want those, but it might need to be on a rotating basis, where this class may be offered in fall of your freshman year, and may not be offered again until, even in odd years or things like that.
Right.
So that we are not running courses that are extremely small, because we do want to offer them for students, but we also want to be fiscally responsible. We want to make sure that we are offering the right classes and all of those. And so that is something, we need to make those decisions early on in the fall, so that course catalog, if you will, is developed before they start that process in the winter of selecting those kinds of courses. So I think that's one of the things, as we're adding, we may have to have that offering on, a rotating basis.
Right.
So it's available during their 4 years.
To balance that, I think that's an excellent plan. And so, keeping in with that, like, we're so thorough with our college and career readiness, and then making sure we're supporting our light students in the transition, but, we start at the middle school, and there's a lot of that. We need to prepare you for high school. This isn't going to fly at high school. You need to be able to keep up with this at high school. And then they get to high school, and we need to prepare you for college. What about students who don't have IEPs, but they just need that learning in the moment? Like, I'm not focusing on college, or I'm not really even quite there as to what I want to do with my career. I need to focus on just learning now, just my fundamentals. Because sometimes even when we push that, they change. And then freshman, sophomore year, I want to do X. By the time they get to the end of junior or beginning of senior year, so then where are they falling when we're monitoring their career, college or career readiness? But really, it's that student that's kind of right in between.
Yeah, I would say one of the things that we have talked about is, from a specialist perspective, right, we've always talked a lot about outcomes and readiness in all of those areas. As we really are modeling the PACE framework and we're thinking ahead, we have a wonderful multi-tiered system of support for all students, for that very reason. The majority of our students don't have IEPs or 504s, and so our system, our multi-tiered system of support, is designed to make sure that every student has the opportunity to explore their career, explore college, if that's an outcome that they're seeking. So I think it's about making sure all students have the exploration, the experience, and from work-based learning experiences, internships, all of those things. I think the system we have in our district allows for that support and that individualized intervention and support for every student. So I think that is one of the primary reasons why our Learning and Innovation Department is so important, that we're working in conjunction, because, we have just a wide variety of student needs. And so it's becoming more and more apparent to us that there's lots of students who might not have an IEP or a 504, but need some individualized support. So we do have that available for all students.
Right.
Services and,
So that it's not so overwhelming.
Yeah.
And I can really focus on learning what I need, like, fundamentally, without that pressure of I should be doing more, when that naturally, like, progresses over time. I just want to, because we are, like, it's excellent what's out here, and the opportunities that are offered. So we're very, very fortunate in this district to have what we have, but I just want to make sure we don't miss that opportunity for those students.
Yeah,
But
making
thank
sure
you.
that all students.
It was
Yep.
a great presentation, so thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I actually had a couple. So one of the things that I jotted down here was incubator, which is a great opportunity for kids, for students to learn about business world and business planning from the ground up. So that was something that I don't know if I missed it in the slides or my eyeglasses just didn't pick it up. But it's one of those that I roll level where I've done sub-teaching, because the kids have done, like fifth grade or fourth grade has done career exploratories, where it's been a day or two, and I can't tell you how many kids put down influencer on that. Which, you know, this guy with gray hair is not something that I would want to do, and I don't exactly know what that is, but that's what fourth graders and fifth graders are aspiring to do
Real thing.
before they start launching into the real world and have their eyes open in that respect too. And then the other thing that did catch a couple things that caught my eye, one was resumes on there. It's how much do we do to prepare a large group of students for resumes. I've been here for the mock interviews, and we have that group of students that does take a class and do resume prep work. But on a larger scale, what do we do, or how do we prepare those students with those resumes?
So right now, it really is in course specific. So if not all students are required, it is if a student elects that class, that's where they would work on that. We don't have it built into the other programming. So that's an example of us needing to ask what things should be for all and which things need to be for the students who elect into those areas.
Okay.
Students in the light program, however, do work on it as a transition service. There would be an expectation that every student who's enrolled in the light program would have an opportunity to engage in resume writing.
Yeah, even now with resumes being more advanced because of the computer search networks, the AI that searches through these resumes, it becomes even more crucial, I think, to either understand that, or like those of us who are older, speaker professionals that actually can develop a resume that is ready for that kind of experience, I guess is the best way to put it.
If you're a student with a disability, AI helping generate resumes is actually an incredible tool that we would leverage for our students, provide them with an additional way to capture their strengths and preferences. So we'll add that to the task force.
Yes, and then I also saw aviation was on the list of things that students wanted, so I guess, Mr. Lindquist, we're gonna have to build a runway and a hangar. Yep. Let's do it. And we're waiting. I say that jokingly, so please don't panic, and we're gonna raise taxes and all that. But that said, joking aside, is we do have the Lake and Hills Airport that is nearby, which does provide for also a unique opportunity for students to do some hands-on learning. However, whatever the challenges are with FAA and regulations and getting through that gate, no pun intended, to access that kind of learning experience. But yeah, it was interesting to look at some of the things that students had focused on and picked out.
One thing, just so you know, I know I didn't highlight, the entrepreneurship pathway is where we would see incubator. And so students do participate in there. They try to come up with their mock business and create their product. It does live there. But yeah, we are always trying to figure out what we can reasonably do within the facilities we have, or what we would need to do, even with the trades, as we were talking about what's possible, or what would we need to do to grow if we wanted to continue to expand those programs. There are just some things like doing something more specific around automotive, our building, if there's certain things you can't drive a car into the building.
Right.
So there's just things like that that limit us. But yeah, there's nothing to explore.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. All right, I'm done.
My two questions were, one, you mentioned transportation potentially being a barrier for students exploring courses through MCC, Harper, or any of those programs. Are there any of those programs that are potentially allowed virtually, where students could join through a virtual platform and do coursework that way, if transportation was a barrier?
So right now, the only courses where transportation is something we ask of those students are those PPCS courses. And most of those really fire science component, that require students to be in attendance, so there isn't a virtual. What we do always explore is what might be possible to offer here, right? So CNA is always something we're looking at, allowing students to work on that programming here. It's just always a challenge of certification for staff and then the space. But yeah, the virtual components for those courses are usually pretty limited because they're so experiential that they're really hands-on, and that's the challenge with those courses. And there's, to be honest, we don't offer a lot of those, but kids do go to MTC for those specific programs.
Thank you. And then the second question is, presentation was excellent. Obviously very focused on the 6th through light program. Just wanting an update on what's happening at like the pre-K through 5 level as it relates to career exploration. There are some really strong programs out there, things like World of Work, that are doing really positive things at that pre-K 5 level. Just would like an update on what that looks like, and that doesn't have to be tonight, but
We can, one of our steps is to explore our elementary offerings, and so we can definitely provide an update next school year for you on what we're seeing and what we might need to be able to add or enhance for our current specials. Okay.
Great.
World of Work, you said? World of Work.
World of Work.
Okay.
All right, with no other discussion items, we will move to the next agenda item, number 12.3, secondary social studies materials.
Yeah, this school year, Mr. Truax and Mr. Curis, our department chair for social studies, who works with our 6th through 12th grade staff, have been doing a social studies review. We have looked at our social studies review differently this year than we have in prior years because it is connected to our literacy plan. We know that students need to be able to read in both our English classes, but also across the whole day. And so they've been working through how do we connect that work with the Illinois Comprehensive Literacy Plan and the Huntley 158 Literacy Plan. And what we have before you this evening is really just a recommendation at the high school level to continue with the resource that they currently have in 9th grade for geography. It is basically just a new copyright version of the same text that they have, and so we are asking to officially put that on 30-day review this evening to then be able to be approved at the July 17th regular board meeting. I'll make sure I have my date correct there. At the 10th and 11th grade level, which are the only other 2 grade levels that students are required to take social studies classes in high school, we do not need to have a text. They are going to rely on some primary sources that we already have access to through some databases that we currently have. And so there is not a purchase being asked of that. And then next school year at the middle school level, they will continue to look at the social studies review. This year, they focus more on what are some of those literacy strategies that teachers could be using within their classroom as a social studies teacher and working on the professional learning for them. And then we'll make any adjustments that we might need to the curriculum this next school year. And so this evening, we're just asking for the curriculum committee to go ahead and allow us to put the curriculum on the 30-day review. It is TCI, and again, it's just for 9th grade, and it's the same text we're using now, just a new copyright.
Any questions or discussion before we put that on 30-day review?
Can you just clarify is that here then at the district office?
Oh, thank you for asking that. Yes, so we do have, all of our texts are digital. We also have some hard copies as well. So if anyone wanted to peruse any of the materials, they could reach out to myself or Mr. Truax. Our emails are in the memo, and then we'd be able to set up a time to help anyone be able to take a look at the physical copy and or the online copy.
Perfect.
Thank you.
People may just may not know.
No,
okay,
thank you for
where do
asking
I go
that.
to see that? So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, next agenda item, unless there are any other questions. 12.4, materials adoption for updated text for dual credit French 3 through MCC.
All right, and so the last topic that we have this evening for the curriculum committee is putting another 2 set of texts on 30-day review. We currently are offering French 3 through McHenry County College. It is a dual credit course that we offer here, but we get students do get credit there. And they just changed their textbook on us. The positive is, and I'll have to make sure I tell Mr. Bittman this later, one of the texts is an open source textbook. He had asked if we leverage any of those sources, and while we are starting to look at it as a district, MCC knows. And so one of the texts is an open source text, and then the other one is in Avant, beginning French. And so we are asking to put those on 30-day review for approval at the July meeting. Again, these are a part of the course that we are approved to teach with MCC for dual credit.
Any questions or discussions there? All right, we will move that one to 30-day review to be voted on July 17th. All right, I think there's nothing for 13 and 14, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Craddy for Finance Committee.
All right, moving on to 15.1, monthly fiscal updates. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. Only one thing to note here, it's typically this time of year in June and July for which we bring a resolution to the board regarding our hazardous designation. And every year we would bring that resolution and essentially let the board know and the community know that we haven't done anything to jeopardize that hazardous designation. And then the board validates that, signs off on the resolution, and we send that down to ISB. But in communication with ISB, they don't have that requirement. We've been doing that all along. The requirement is we have the board sign a resolution and approve a resolution when we do make material changes that do impact our hazardous designation. So I'm letting you know that we're not going to bring a resolution forward and that we haven't made any material changes. So because of that, we don't have a resolution to provide you. We do have the requirement, though, that we do have to send a letter down to the state, down to ISB, to let them know that we still meet the requirements of hazardous designation. Anything else to add, Ms. Doctor, there?
I think we're still going to bring the resolution in July.
Oh, well, I'm glad I touched base on all those points. Okay.
I got it.
Okay, good. You can put that on your section next month.
Yeah, I got it.
Used to be under my section. Okay, well, now that's taken care of, we can move on to that next item unless anybody has any questions on the fiscal update. Very funny.
All right, hearing none. 15.2, revenue and expenditures report.
Thank you very much. You have the April 2025 financial executive summary in front of you. The same thing, the same story. Currently, we're trending at about $1.2 million over budget. A little bit of that is timing, but the majority of that, unfortunately, is health insurance. So if you look at page 2 on the April 2025 financial executive summary down at the bottom there, consistently, we've been consistent for the last 4 months, approximately of claims coming in at over approximating $1.2 million a month. Currently, we're sitting at about $13.2 million in total health insurance expense for the district. Our budget is $14.2. Well, we do have 2 months left. So we are trending at about $15.3 to $15.5 million in total health insurance expense at year end. So we are trending a little bit over $1 million to $1.2 million of budget. So we in a later item tonight, we're going to talk about the budget. And the current budget reflects a 7% increase, in last year's budget. And based on where we're ending the current year at $15.3 million, we're going to have to ask ourselves the question, is that going to be enough? Well, probably not. We're going to probably have to set aside some additional dollars for health insurance to bolster that. Now, we do recognize that, the majority of our claims are large claimants. We've got a lot of the large claimants in the pipeline. There is a chance that some of those may roll off. But within those large claimants, what's really costing the plan a lot of money is the RX. And we had the opportunity, Dr. Zare and myself, this past week to meet with Blue Cross Blue Shield, to meet with Alliant and go through our annual claims, our annual review, if you will, from prior year, calendar year 24, and kind of give us an up-to-date as to where we're currently trending as well. So it's essentially not good news, but I did want to share that. So that is a line item to watch out for. If you look at the dashboard, for most of these line items, we are trending similar to prior year. I do want to call out CPPRT. We still have a couple of payments left coming in on that. Medicaid cost settlement was released a few weeks ago, and the cost settlement came in showing that, we are owed a reimbursement of $660,000. So the budget of $617,000 is a good budget. We're just waiting for those dollars to come in from HFS and the state. So I did want to point that out on that line item as well. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on the April financial executive summary. And we'll get more into the financials as we talk through the FY '26 budget as well.
Any questions for Mr. Meyer? Okay. Seeing nothing for 16, moving to 17, policy and legislation.
Thank you. So, tonight we have a couple of things for policy. The highly anticipated press release, 17.1, the bumper.
Sure, it was, quite a large packet. Actually, I have all the paper up here, but I won't want to panic you by all of those, because they were in kind of 4 or 5 main buckets. So I wanted to highlight, those areas there. There were, a large number of press, policy recommendations, based on the, change from reverting to the 2024 back to the 2020 Title IX. As you recall, the board, did hold on those, so, those changes don't need to go into place as, those policies and administrative procedures were already, in place in the district. The second section is ensuring success in school law. So there are a number of crossovers between various policies, and administrative procedures, that would need some updates, whether we're in footnotes or, in action, items, to address making sure, that we, are in line with, ensuring success, in school for, children, and students who are parents, expected parents, or victims of domestic, and sexual violence. And so, again, most of those, components were already in place, within the district. There were some, again, more minor, non-substantive, components there, but one I do want to highlight, is, some components that, once approved, we will update, in our student handbooks, that we just do need to call out around, excused absences, maybe for, medical, or, therapeutic, appointments, for students who, again, may be parents, expected parents, or are victims of domestic or sexual violence. And so, those updates would be, put into the handbook, after policy. We need to go through a couple of readings of that. However, please know, any medical, or physical, medical, or, mental health type of appointments would be excused, in the district anyway. So again, in practice, we're already there, but we do want to make sure that we are updating our policies in our school handbook around that. And then, AI, again, there are a number of, more, administrative procedure, but one that, called out when we were talking about the student handbook, was the recommendation for a superintendent committee. We already have a committee in place, and that will continue through kind of, falling under our L&I, but specifically looking around, the pieces of artificial intelligence. And then a couple of 5-year review, components, that really fell under the fiscal expenditure reports and things like that. Just reviewing that we are up to date with all our practices, and our procedures, identity protection, accounting and audits, things like that. And so that's just that 5-year review component, and some, again, non-substantive changes, with footnotes and, areas around that. And then the last is in response, to the use of technology under sexting. This would be an area that we would go ahead and change some language in our, student handbook, if approved. But looking at, with technology and artificial intelligence, looking at some of the, components that are produced in harmful, and sexually explicit refer to as deep fakes. You can quite easily make changes to a lot of images now that criminalization or criminalizes the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit digitized information. So some updates to 7:190 student behavior, our student handbooks, guidelines around technology, acceptable use. So the updating with that, and then again, we would go back and make those updates if approved and when approved to the student. Any questions or concerns around any of the areas or specific policies?
I was just going to say that I'm thankful that we are using press policy because it is so comprehensive, and if anyone wants some light reading, it's only 167,000 words this year. So.
No, it was, but I really do enjoy too that they will,
Yeah.
without having to use AI, kind of put that in to look for the themes and the 5 buckets this time to be able to go. But it is extremely important because it is how we need to follow our practices and our procedures and making sure that we are in line with school code, school law, different components that are out there at the state, federal level as well. So press is a fantastic, and again, Mrs. Woods kind of takes the lead on that. It's not every month, but when they do have, some of them are a little bit more meaty. And we do. Each department reads each of those things. We look at it from the lens of finance or special education, safety and security, and all of those things. So, you know, kind of a little lighthearted there, but it is extremely important because it drives everything that we do in our district. So thanks for bringing that.
Yeah, it was actually a great webinar today on policy that should be up if anybody missed it in a couple of days. And they even talked about at conference, they're actually going to have some presentations on policy and even an opportunity to set up time for 15 or 30 minutes for individual just kind of guidance on policy and press and trying to help. So that's something to look forward to and just keep an eye on, but it's really good. Press is excellent at keeping us updated as to things that.
One of the things that Mrs. Maiorino and I talked about when we got ready to review all of these, another piece that, again, some of these policies are reviewed every 2 years. The ones we talked about under finance, some of those were every 5 years. Not only do we have to follow and abide by these as the educators of the district, but we expect that our students and our parents understand all of these things too. And many don't even know where to go and locate those. They're all on our website. But if it's not something you're aware of, how do you know to ask what you don't know to ask? And so one of the things that we talked about is that through our various newsletters that maybe we start to highlight some of those that are a little bit more prominent that directly impact our students and our parents, that we highlight those, you know, couple each time that we're pushing something out that would be beneficial. Maybe it's something that's going on in the district at the moment, or we're beginning of the school year. Yes, we do attendance and we do behavior, we do bullying, but what are some of the other ones that we could cycle through and just, again, push that out to parents so that they know what they are and where to look for those, or what should we be following so that we are held accountable.
Our policy of the month to highlight. And then real quick, we kind of touched on this just a little bit with sexting. Is there a way we could add some verbiage to bring awareness to, for students and staff on the Take It Down Act, especially when we're talking about here with you know, the deep fakes and non-consensual images. I don't know if anybody is familiar with the Take It Down Act, but President Trump signed it not too long ago, and it's a federal law that criminalizes the online publication of non-consensual intimate images.
And it's got a series of information and enforcement where platforms are required, if it's reported, to take these images down. And there are platforms for even children to be able to report this without that fear of getting in trouble. Kids make decisions. They make, some not so great choices every once in a while. But the last thing we want is anyone going into a panic and just feeling like there's no outlet. We've heard some really not so great stories, unfortunate stories. But this act, it allows parents, students, opportunities to report these images and to try to get them down. Is there a way like we can incorporate that, highlight the Take It Down Act in our policy, but also communicate some information to our students?
I think one of the things that we can definitely look into, looking both at Mrs. Barr and Mr. Dean, is that we work really closely with Smart Social, and there are a lot of different social media lessons or videos that are out there for parents. Some of those are more appropriate just for the parents. Some of those are for parents to really sit down with their children and go through those. And so first and foremost, we'll reach out to see if there is anything, especially if this is newer, that Josh is working through with Smart Social or does have, because those are things that recently you just pushed out one of the courses that we have through Smart Social. So let's start with that to see if there are some of that again, because you referenced Take It Down, and there could be other platforms or changes with terminology or things that are out there. So we'll bring back an update on that, because I think that one of the things that is important to us is to be able to educate parents about what is out there. That might not be something that we would be doing here and educating on, but what are the things that we can educate families to be doing. So we'll bring back an update with that.
Yeah, to just start that discussion in that, hopefully other people have heard about it as well. I don't know what, but yeah, okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions about press updates, policy?
There's not so much questions about the press updates themselves. One of the things that I've seen in other districts' websites, that they have a search engine for policy. We have just an index of terms for somebody to look up, but if somebody had a specific search term that they were looking for, that's something that we don't have. That might be something to look into, to have that search tool available, which might expedite or help people to find policies instead of having to go through an index of pages to locate that kind of information that may or may not be what they're looking for, because it's search term based, whereas this is a little bit different. The indexing that we have is just a little bit different layout.
I could look into that.
Yeah, there's several districts that do offer this. I just don't know how they do it. Whether there's probably a third-party provider that provides that kind of search tool capability. Just something to look at and think about.
Thank you for that. I can look into that.
Yeah.
Anything else?
But we can similarly do that on our site. We just type in what we're looking for.
Yeah, the way that ours is built is you have to dig into, you have to drill down into each.
Within the subsection, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
You can't just
whereas this one's
the
just
whole-
like a Google, a localized Google tool, if you will, or search engine that specifically looks for keywords within that policy, and then you can click on it and it'll jump to the specific policy without having to drill down. Right now, we just have, it's like a PDF document.
Yeah, I think if we laid it out differently on the webpage, that alone may be our answer.
So you want it more pointed as far as if I were to type in policy regarding Title IX, pulls up everything in our
You can
district.
just search on the terminology, Title IX, Title IX, and then it'll pull up the different policies that apply where that Title IX word is found. And then it'll show up as 5 different policies or 10 different policies. And then that will focuses your search instead of having to drill down into each individual one like it's labeled in the index page. In the index page, there might be 6 different listings or 5 different listings for Title IX. Whereas the other one, it'll have a link and you can click directly to the link of that policy instead of having to go iteratively or jot down what those 5 policies are and then start drilling down into them individually. Makes it expedites the search a little bit more.
Be happy to look into that. And if you know of any districts you'd like me to take a look at?
Yeah, I can
That'd be
give
helpful.
you that offline.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
I also have a resource for this that I'll share, where you can link policy, student handbook, several things together, and then people can search, and it searches across those items.
Thank you.
That would be helpful to have, you know, the handbook and then seeing the policy and having your cross-reference right there to see where things are coming from. Good point. Thank you, Mr. Troy. Anyone else? Okay, so then we move this forward for a second reading, correct?
First reading in July. Because we didn't have a cow.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Otherwise,
So
I would do
it's moving forward for first reading in July.
Yep.
Okay. All right, and so moving on to 17.2, excited about this one. Our student board member, the board has kind of engaged in conversation that we might be interested in moving forward with a selection process and bringing on a student board member. And so I know Ms. Lombard kind of looked at some different districts and how they were doing things, and if you've got some.
So we took a look at a number of different districts that were out there. I know we, at the joint annual conference, a number of us have sat through different sessions last year and this past November to see a little bit more about that student board member. Some districts call a student advisor to the board, some call that a student board member. Most models I've seen either have 1 or 2 students that were part of, again, a non-voting, don't come down to closed session, but provide insight and input to the board on that. All of which have a minimum of a 1 year. Some have a 2-year commitment with that. Most likely, or most of the schools that have the 2-year, it would be where they had 2 and they would have a junior and a senior, and 1 would roll off, 1 would be the mentor for, and so that first year obviously would be a 1 year for 1 student, and then 1 would be 2. All of their policies looked very, very similar. So there would need to be an updated language about the kind of the role of the student advisor, student board member, and again, that's in an advisory type role, non-voting, and those kinds of things. So we've got language that we could bring forward to add to policy if and when the board is ready for us to move forward in that process. And then timelines that would include a application process and that selection, which would involve interviews with the board to be able to select. Most of the schools then would have letters of recommendation from staff members or other individuals that could speak about their leadership and character and all of that. One, I'm pretty sure we have I'm reading everybody right over the discussions that we've had in the past that we're interested in that. So 1, just want to make sure that the board is interested in moving forward. 2, we are in June. The school year starts in August. We can look at starting that in August. Our selection process would probably look a little different year 1 than it would in future years. So kind of going in tandem, looking at what we would have that process look for the very near future, and then what our regular annual would be. So some discussions on one, we would like to get this rolling, the beginning of the school year, December, somewhere in between, 1 or 2 students, and then if it's sooner rather than a little bit later, what ideas or thoughts about we could have that be a recommendation that maybe a few students are recommended from could be Principal Leadership Council, SALT, some of those, and then that could be, if those individuals from those groups would be interested, that then they would be interviewed by the school board. So we could kind of tailor that a little bit differently than year one, and this kind of then dovetails that most of those districts would have that student advisor or student board member then be part of kind of, again, the terms are all a little bit different, of that principal kind of leadership council that we have in our district, so that they would then take this information back to that council to get feedback, and then hopefully trickle that down throughout the school to bring back feedback for our discussions here. But I definitely know that we would want this individual or these individuals to be part of, as I alluded to, one of the goal areas that we will be doing is to have that superintendent student advisory that this student or these students would be part of as well, and then could work with the middle schools and then our fifth grade students, again, to get that feedback, because that's going to be important too. But it does look a little different putting a fifth grader as a student board member than it would somebody at the high school level, and again, building that capacity. So a few things that just have some discussion here tonight, to give some parameters, and then could bring back in July as a little bit more robust. But we did pull these things so we could start, taking the bits and pieces. But really want a little guidance from the board as to next steps.
Well, I fully support the concept. What I think would be helpful, just so that way we're not getting caught up with just having a student or member for optics only.
Right.
But it would actually, they'd be on the agenda to give a report, is
Yeah.
probably what you're thinking, Ms.
Yeah.
Lombard? Great.
Yeah.
So it would not just be, we have someone we can say that we have student voice, but truly giving this individual or individuals an agenda or an agenda item every meeting so that they can share, give an update or give feedback, and of course, comment on things.
Right, so we've got the different committees, we have each
Yep.
of our roles where there would be, and I think that, again, just like we have one of the cabinet members meet with the chair, that we would have the student, what topics? Maybe there's topics you want them to go back and get feedback on and bring back, or there may be things that they want to highlight more than just, tonight we have a football game and we've got this. Those are going to be important because they can share that, but then they can share some of the other things that are going on in the buildings. And then there would be time, just as we would have discussion around the student handbook, that we would hope that there would be interjections and feedback from the student on things just like the other items that are on the committee as well.
Yeah, so my stance would be, from a timeline perspective, it'd be ideal to get this started for the upcoming school year. I could see this easily being something where we can kick the can down the road and
Sure.
keep kicking it down the road versus, it's June now and gives a couple months to prep for this. And my initial thought is to have two people, seeing how that goes, and if we find that we need to reassess, then narrow it down to one or three, whatever it may be. But at least giving it an opportunity for more than one person for this go around, if we're gonna move forward with this. My input.
Yeah, I've said this to probably a couple people or a handful of people. I don't want this, while I do want to see this happen, I don't want the responsibility to take away from the student's primary function or job of being a student. We're here, it's 9:30 right now, and having a student here on a school night when they have homework to do and other things to do, their priority is to be a student. So I want to make sure that we're respectful of that in any number of ways that it would apply as things continue to, as we have meetings and so on and so forth. Timeline-wise, I would love to see this in place before the conference in Chicago, because I think that also has tremendous learning opportunity for that student. Whether it's for a day or 2 days, it's a school day on Friday, so that takes away from being in school. So really, you're looking at a Saturday session or being able to get into those kinds of sessions and seeing some of those or experiencing some of that conference. Also, I don't want to take away from a student who's also an athlete. So I also would like to see it probably 2 students so that there's an alternating or some kind of a mechanism in place where, again, one student doesn't always have to be here for the cow or both meetings of the month they occur. So I've already started to put some things in my head and spoken to a number of people over the months. These are just some of the things that I have in my head.
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Troy on many of those. I think next steps would be looking for recommendations and then reaching out to students with a potential age of interest as well as some sort of application to gather their input as to, oh, do we get to go home?
That's not my voice.
There we go. The application process to, I guess, let them know that they were recommended for this, and then we're just at an interesting point doing this in mid-June, right? Like when people are traveling and there's summer things opposed to in future years, right? We could potentially put this out, during the school year. So, but yeah, being able to gauge student interest and then kind of hearing from them as to why they would want to participate, that I think the board could review and then talk through next steps about selecting students.
I think you guys have pretty much said it all, but I do think it would be good to get it in place by the beginning of the school year instead of waiting. I also do believe that, if we had a senior and a junior, it would be nice to get it started so that it continues and it's not something new again moving forward into next year. So I fully support it. I think it's great. Seen it work very well in other districts and look forward to having it here soon.
Yep.
Mary, do you have anything to? No.
No, I've been interested in this since 2 years ago, so
Yep.
I went to that with you at the III, so I was all for that, and seeing the 2 high school or students that represented, was it Layden High School? Or Layden, yeah. So, so how that they interacted, I thought it was really impressive. I was on board 2 years ago, so.
And we've got, there are a number of districts in the state that do this. We have some in the near vicinity of us that their superintendent said that they know that their students would be willing to sit down with our students and kind of talk about those experiences and mentoring. I know one that I really delved into was U46, and they've done this for a long time. They have a really interesting component on this section of their website that is actually kind of followed and tracked where some of their former student board advisors were and what they are doing now, and how that experience really you kind of was a springboard for things that they did in their their career moving forward, and the skill set talked about some of those things from our presentation about looking at real world experiences and internship job kinds of things is going to not only benefit us very much as a a district and a board, but it's opportunities that we can provide students to get into that leadership ability as well.
So I have a few points. So I agree. We definitely should have 2. And I would like to see this get started as soon as possible. I like the idea of a junior and a senior and just having that person remain on for a couple of years and having been through the process, mentor then the next junior. So I think that's a great path to go with. And obviously, year 1 is going to be different than our following years. We have to start somewhere. And I like the idea of a recommendation for students who are interested. I think you know, recommendations will come from people who know that students are interested in this. A couple of things then moving forward is, would we want to, would this become something as part of our policy? Would there, okay, so we would need then a policy written up for this?
Well, we actually have a policy for school board members, and we would just, where this would lie would be part of that policy, and then we talk about the student component of that.
Okay, so I wasn't sure if we were adding to school or just adding another section, another point for it for the student. Okay, and then interview process. We kind of, I think I brought this up to you. So if we're interviewing and we're interviewing minors, would the board be opposed to those interviews being in closed session in a private as opposed to a public because we're interviewing minors? How does?
That would be a recommendation, I think.
Anybody feel that's appropriate? Okay. And then having been at that, I went to this presentation at conference when I was on the board. And one thing that I took away from the students was if you're going to move forward with something like this as a board, you have to be prepared to hear what maybe you don't want to hear. That student board member should feel empowered and validated in bringing forth that student voice to us. And they may have some things that we need to take a hard look at for improvement. And so I just want to caution and make sure that we're prepared for that, that it's not always going to be, hey, we had a great pep rally and, you know, a football game we won, and there may be some things. So we just need to be prepared for just some of the hard conversations that I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but that we might have to have for that. And I think that, and then that student board member would be going to representing all buildings, is that correct? And having an opportunity to get a little bit of feedback from our elementary, just kind of feedback.
We would want to, yeah, I think that would be important. We need to provide some opportunities first and foremost. I don't want them out of their classroom very often. So they could bring that through, getting the feedback and the voice from the superintendent advisory.
Or like a day when the high school is held earlier, our half days, and the little ones are still going an hour later, maybe popping in.
So we would get some feedback from that.
From that. Okay. I think I covered everything. Sorry. So, are we, what do we?
So we'll take this feedback, I'll draft some things to bring in July, with some documents of an application process, what that would look like, timeline for this year and timeline for future years, verbiage, I think I shared with you, but I'll share with the rest of the board, verbiage on what that policy recommendation would look like, because again, we want to make sure with 2 readings that we would start that process ASAP and get rolling on that.
Yeah, the nice thing is we're not necessarily inventing the wheel.
No.
This has been done elsewhere, so we can take best practices and what is already in place in other places, figure out what's best for our district and move forward a little bit more expeditiously, I guess.
And I guess that means Mrs. Barr will be having neighbors over there.
She missed those neighbors. She had neighbors.
But any other questions, comments from the board or anything? Okay, I'm excited.
I got one more.
Oh.
And I think it would be helpful, to your point, Mr. Choi, about, having long marathon meetings like tonight. You know, it will encourage us to trim it down. You know what I mean? You can help with that. I'm kind of teasing sarcastically like on that, but it's just like, you know, we can be totally aware of that. And I think things will happen quickly. I think people already kind of know, you know, what this is about, and I think we can knock this out, bring it this year. So, looking forward to it.
All right.
All right, anything else?
Nope. With that, I will move it forward.
Yep, I'm gonna jump in with buildings and grounds. Before I do that, I inadvertently skipped the minutes on the agenda, item 11.2. Just one set of minutes. We'll move that forward to the Board of Education meeting, but you have the draft on our board packet so that you can review it, and if you have any corrections or modifications, Sharon is always willing and able to take phone or an email. With that, we'll move on to 18.1, O&M updates. Mr. Lindquist, thanks for being patient this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. I have a few updates for the board here. 4 major projects going on in the district. The community solar installation at Reed Road, crews are on site, opinions to install the raised underground electrical system, with the completion date of they're shooting on the first of the year, that project. The consolidated flooring project is the carpet project at Conley, McCaven, and Martin. The project started May 28th. They are well ahead of schedule. They are Martin done, they have McCaven done. They are in Conley right now, rocking and rolling. A little history about this project. To accommodate the budget for the capital project, we are doing partial areas of these buildings. So when I go to do my 10-year capital report in August, you see down the pipeline that Conley, McCaven, and Martin are getting carpet. Well, that's for other areas of the building. I'll give you a heads up on that one. The asphalt project is moving along, started May 30th. As you can see, if you've been to the high school, you've been here, things are torn up around here. They started the underground drainage at the door 1 area at the high school, moving along just fine on that project. And lastly, the high school east chiller project. You may have seen the crane there driving by. The biggest crane I've ever seen, 550-ton crane. It took a crane to assemble this crane to get the chiller off the roof and the new chiller on. That project is well ahead of schedule. They filled the system today, looking for leaks in the new piping system, and should be done within the next week or two.
Yeah, so when I met with Mr. Lindquist earlier this week, one of the things that I took away from that discussion, that the reason that they had to bring in such a large crane, much less use a crane to assemble a crane, because as the high school building expanded, that chiller became more and more the center of the building, and you couldn't access the chiller without having a monster crane reach that far into the building to actually pull the old one out and insert the new one in its place, which just boggles the mind. But I guess when you think about doing expansions on a building, the last thing you're thinking about is where's the location of the chiller that someday we'll have to replace. And as a byproduct of that expansion at that building over the years, and I found that fascinating. And the other thing was that you suggested or said that people suggested using a helicopter to bring this in, but the sheer weight of the chiller itself.
Yeah, the chiller itself is way too heavy.
Was way too heavy for even a helicopter, right? Which is why they had to use such a massive crane for the project. As an engineer, that mindset, I find it fascinating, but at the same time, it becomes an expense to
It does.
Absolutely, yeah.
Any questions on the O&M update? Thank you.
I have a comment. And I know this meeting's going long, and we don't need any additional comments if we can help it, but I wanted to say, I was looking into the district in Rockford, I was talking to Mr. Altmaier about this, that they don't even have a buildings and ground committee. They don't even budget for it. And now their 10-year life, or what is that called?
Capital project.
Yeah. It is gonna reach almost like $100 million just to take care of their buildings. I don't know, that just spoke volumes to me on how well we are prepared and,
Thank you to Mr. Rinkowski for building
yeah,
that.
absolutely,
Starting that 20
absolutely.
years ago.
And how we
It's where we're
anticipate
at
things.
today. Right.
Yeah, and how we anticipate things and how we really take care of our buildings. It just blew my mind on this other district, so it just spoke volumes how well we're doing for ours. And I just wanted to say thank you for doing such a good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any questions from the committee? Thank you for that. All right. Questions from the committee in general? Questions from the general board? All right, there's nothing to move forward for the next meeting, so thank you for those updates. We'll move on to item 19 and hopefully move things along a little bit faster. 19.1 strategic plan, Huntley 2030. Ms. Lombard.
So this is a big one, but we did it last month. So remember, we didn't take action on it last month, we're moving it to this month. I do want to just state that Mrs. Barr, we talked a lot about having some of those testimonials and input here, but it's too small of an audience. So some videos that will be pushed out with our rollout of the adopted plan are in place right now. And so she's been reaching out to people who've been part of that, getting some video footage there to get that part of as we roll this out. So I asked last time for you guys to take a look after our discussion there. If there's any additional feedback, we can take that today. Otherwise, hopefully approve this tonight so that we can begin the rollout and thinking ahead to KPIs for next school year.
All right, with that, any questions in general? Hearing none, I will go ahead and make the motion and move to approve the strategic plan, Huntley 2030, building tomorrow together. Yeah, just period.
I will second that motion.
All right, Mr. Beckley gets the second on that one. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mr. Feigety,
Yes.
Mrs. Murray,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby,
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino,
Yes.
Mr. Praddy.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0. Item 19.2, Care Solace contract, Ms. Gill. Anything to comment on this one?
This recommendation is coming as our current contract with Care Solace is coming to an end, and wanting to make sure that we have an opportunity to fill a need in the district, but also taking into consideration the cost of engaging in a contract and what we're getting out of that contract, and then the feasibility for us to implement this support. So Care Solace is an organization that offers our district connections for our staff, students, and their families to access mental health supports, as well as they've now added some social service support. So in the memo, I just highlight the history with Care Solace, and also the growing need in our district to be able to offer our family some opportunities really just to access some additional support. One of the things we'd like to see moving forward into this next year is a process where we have a dedicated implementation plan for the use of the resource. Currently, I think the resource is not utilized to its greatest potential. I think it's underutilized in some of the spaces that we have. I don't think there's any doubt we have a need to make sure our families have access to the kinds of supports that Care Solace can leverage for us. But I would like to see the usage improve. So we have a plan in mind for that. So just kind of to let you know, when we engaged in this, we really kind of explored three options. You know, when we're looking at providing families resources, we thought we could kind of collect the local resources we know and use sort of a free but district created resource. We could engage with Care Solace. We also looked at another organization called Cartwheel, similar but offers some additional support. But I think ultimately, looking to fill the need we have in our district, looking at the cost and the feasibility, what we'd like to do is take this next year and really build out an implementation plan that leverages this particular resource, and we can measure our usage and the impact for our families. So I'm not sure if there are any additional questions, but those are the things I highlighted in the memo.
Thank you. Any questions in general?
My only question was just, I think you answered it. There does look to be a cost savings for doing the 3-year pricing, but looks like you answered it, you know, using this year to see if we can ramp up some interest and then looking at a long-term plan. So that makes sense.
Maybe can you just explain, I guess, what you're looking for in this first year? I understood the communication piece or whatnot, or usefulness of it, but we've had it for 3 years.
Yes.
I just wonder the trial period again, rather than, as Becky said.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think what I'm looking for is to see when we have a clear implementation plan where there is, where our team is given direction on how to and when to and why to use this tool, how we make it more public and available. What we should see is the impact of that. So our impact report, which we look at annually, we should see more students and families accessing the site. So there's two ways that we currently measure it. One is through the total cases that Care Solace supports, and the other is something called an anonymous search, meaning anybody in the district, student, family, staff, can go on, and maybe they don't want to engage with a staff member, but they do want to access what supports are available, and so they do anonymous searches. I think a way for us to ensure that all of our, county community, school community has access to, to those resources, I would like to see more utilization of it. So I guess the biggest difference for me feels like we have to be really intentional about what the expectation is for staff and really onboard our staff with what the tool can do for our families, and then solicit some feedback on that. Right now, our social workers, counselors, and administrators have access to Care Solace, but really haven't been onboarded to the tool and have an expectation set for how to make sure our families are accessing it more. So I think with that, our families, I think we will see an increase in the use. Even if we didn't see an increase in the use, I still think it's a valuable resource because we have had so many families engage in, we've had a number of cases that have resulted in students or staff getting the support that they need. So we don't have anything to substitute in the meantime, so I would hesitate to pull the resource, even if it stays status quo, which I don't anticipate it will.
Well, I support the one-year contract, and I'm glad you're going to be looking at this over the next year, specifically the utilization. I think another ask I would have is, can we look at the number of referrals made to Care Solace, and then comparing those numbers to utilization? I know it's all confidential, but if we can see if there's, I don't know, 100 referred, is there 100 utilized? And the reason why I ask this is I'm going to say I'm a little weary and skeptical if the utilization is down. It may not be on us as the district, but is it their process? So if a family has to call a line and they do an intake and they say, we'll get back to you, and they're playing phone tag for like a week or two, and then they get back, and then when they get the resource, it's not the right resource, and are there hurdles and hoops that, families are having to jump through because of Care Solace's process, or is there a way to, streamline the process? So if a student has needs, there's like a fast track of getting that service and support for them.
Yeah. To your point, there are ways for us to measure that right now, and I'm not hearing that as so much the hiccup. I think more often than not, what I'm hearing is I wasn't aware it was available, and I don't think we've been very visible with the resource. For example, we don't, it's not as front-facing or available, just readily available to even staff. So some of our newer staff weren't necessarily oriented to the tool or the resource, and I think that does fall on us as a district to make sure that the staff who have access to the resource understand its value, understand when and where to provide that support for families. And I think we need to have more visibility. If we expect people to engage in the resource, we have to tell them how to do that. And so I would expect there to be an increase. And like I said, if there wasn't, we do have the impact report that measures the number of cases that were referred that then resulted in therapy and or medical care. And I think the additional add of Care Solace to they're adding social service, which can also connect our families with food banks and shelter and affordable medical care. That's a new ad for Care Solace, and I want to make sure that we're exploring that for some of the families in our district as well. So I do think a one-year exploration with the intent to answer those questions and evaluate the difference in the impact of that, I think is important.
So it sounds like part of this is, you know, us just making folks aware of it. I think I would just ask as an and, is there a way to do a test run of someone actually walking through the process on your team to see how easy is it to access these services? Because we know, working in the world of just human services, sometimes it's the access points that are the barriers itself, because of paperwork or because of parents working 2 jobs and they can't connect with the service, so.
Yeah, 100%, yeah, we have done that way. I have gotten feedback from staff who have walked through it. It was one of the reasons we looked at, Cartwheel was another company we looked at, a little bit more like the Cadillac version of this support. I do want to be mindful of all of those things, especially with the challenges, which is why I hesitate to not have anything to offer. And I want to evaluate if this is the right thing to offer, but I think at this point, it would be my recommendation to pursue it and make sure that we're doing all the things on our end to be able to answer those questions.
Great, thank you.
So,
I guess I would just go back to then the 1 year versus the 3 year, because it does seem like that there's a short-term and a long-term commitment to the tool. It's just how much awareness can we build around the tool? Because the cost of everything is going up. There is a savings here. I'm going to guess that the 1 year renewal next year is not going to be this amount. So if there is a long-term commitment to having access to the tool, this feels like the right tool. It feels like doing the 3 year makes more sense.
I think what this 3 year term reflects is the advantage is there's no additional cost for those social services. With the 1 year, your price, per student, because that's how they base it, kind of includes that additional cost for the social services piece. If you go into the 3 year, they waive that cost.
So I think that the question is, if we're going to continue this moving forward, should we just go into the 3 year? But I think one of the pieces that we had talked, and maybe this has changed, Mrs. Gill, so you can tell me, is if we were to find through this that it is some of what you might be talking about, or it may be insurance components that these services, whatever it might be, is there something different? Is this something where we put together as a district the resources, where we have relationships and are providing that to parents, that maybe we wouldn't go with Care Solace because it's something we could do internally, or but the way you're describing it tonight is, it's a, hey, we're going to do this and then we'll continue it, then maybe we should look at the 3 years, what you're referring to then.
Correct.
Yeah, and I'm all the way out, like, in left field. I didn't like this back in 2022. I was against it. I voted no for it. And I don't feel really any different now that we're here 3 years later. If I remember correctly, this was brought in at a time, where people were really struggling to find resources for mental health. The big sell was that they would help families find somebody and get appointments sooner rather than later. It was, you're not going to have to wait 3 and 6 months to get in. We're going to get you someone right away. I don't necessarily know that happened. Some feedback that I had received back then was that the therapists that were able to get them in sooner rather than later didn't have the experience. They were newer. They were building their clientele, so there was that there. If we're going to even talk about additional services that are offered, food banks, that we have McHelp, which is a free app for our county. So I think my question is, what would be the disservice to our students if we didn't spend $30,000 on this for 1 year?
I think that right now, there isn't a substitute that we have in the district to offer families readily. The families who have engaged in this service where we have handed off to Care Solace and gotten referrals, and families have then in turn been able to get the access to supports that they might not have otherwise been able to access. I would feel hesitant to not have a substitute option in the district available to our families. I think beyond mental health, some of the health supports that are available, I think are difficult for some of our families to access. And part of the work that we do is to ensure that when and if families are in crisis and need support, that we have a way to give them that wraparound service. And we don't have something built out such as, someone in our district who could sort of centralize that for us and say, okay, here are all of the local resources. And if a family was in crisis, or if, someone needed something, that here is what we would give you, so that that process is streamlined. And I think this is why my original recommendation was around for a one-year contract, because I do think there is some work that we have to do around a process and a systemic way for us to make sure that across the board in our district, we're leveraging this resource when it's appropriate. And I think over the last 3 years, we've had enough evidence of families and staff who have engaged in this, and the result has been they've gotten care. And so in the absence of offering that, my hesitation in not having anything to offer is that. I'm always thinking about the hand,
I recognize that 100%.
And I recognize that it's not going to answer all of the needs, and we have some work to do to build a system that is more accountable to what it is we want to see our families receive from this resource. So,
because anybody that knows me knows that I absolutely support mental health services and 100%. So it's not that I'm like, I don't buy into that. But I think even prior to 2022, if family health, our social workers had like resources and that. It was received before. So it's not about not providing a resource for our families. Is this the right thing? Do we need to spend $29,000 on this? And I'm just struggling with
one thing that I would encourage us to consider when we think about the number of social workers, and just to, again, speaking about alignment, and one of the things that's really important to me is that our practice is in alignment. And so if you have a social worker who happens to, have the right resources available, or is more veteran or more aware, that's one thing, but I don't think as a district we have an aligned system yet where every social worker understands, every counselor understands that these are the resources. So when we were talking about what are the options, if Care Solace isn't the option, our option is rely on our individual social workers to give what they have, but there's no centralized or aligned system for that. Or we engage in really trying to leverage a support like this, or we go even further and we take it to like a cartwheel where they actually offer the counseling services as part of the contract, and that guarantees that there's no wait, and they actually provide the teletherapy and all of those things. But that service was $87,000 for 1 year. I take that back. It was $71,000 for 1 year, and I think it isn't reflective of the actual need that we are trying to fill here in the district. Our primary need is to make sure that there is alignment in practice, that all of our social workers, counselors, administrators know the tools and resources available and distribute them and wrap around all of our families in a more uniform way. We don't have a tool or a resource in our district that currently does that, and I worry about the misalignment if one social worker has it and the other doesn't, and at the end of the day, Care Solace becomes sort of the dashboard or central place. They aren't the therapy, they are a tool, to get folks to those resources. And so, for the, 250 families who engaged in it, last year, or in anonymous, the 61 anonymous searches, for me, I can sleep better at night knowing that we have a mechanism or a tool available that is universally offered to all of our families who may or may not be in crisis at any time. So in the absence of an alternative, I do think that it's a fair step. And it's my hesitation to move into a 3-year contract, although it would be a cost saving, is I do know that there are a lot of questions. I myself have questions around making sure we are doing right things with the tools that we have. And I want to see if we are implementing this and orienting staff and really wrapping around families when needed in a more uniform way. I think our impact report will reflect that, and we would be able to really reevaluate, do we want to engage in this in a longer term way, or to your point, do we have the capacity to build a similar system? I would tell you right now, our social workers would probably tell you they do not have the capacity to build, between now and next year, a substitute. And so that's really the primary reason for my recommendation.
Right. And again, as also, I just want to state, this is not about me wanting to dump more on our social workers, because, that's a whole different conversation. But I just, thank you.
I understand the hesitation always, and the questions are always very, very good. And I think we have some work to do around better understanding the impact of this tool. But given the current impact report, I think it is worthy of giving it a go next year and really measuring some of those and getting some feedback from whether it's, users on our end, but
I support the way you're doing it. I think it's a smart way of doing it. We don't want to pull the resources out from those who are accessing it or who benefit from it. I don't feel comfortable with a 3-year contract. I like this approach of assessing this over the next year. At the same time, if there is a way, as you just said, Ms. Gill, of finding out, is it actually impactful? Is that the end game here?
Yep.
It's making an impact. And if there's some way to circle back with families who were referred to Care Solace and say, how was your experience? Was this easy? Were you able to access therapy services right away? So we can at least collect that feedback, because if they say no, they set the next appointment's in 6 months, then that tells us a lot.
Yes, I will absolutely. I know that there's a way for Care Solace to engage with the families who are actually not our anonymous searchers, but our families who engage. So I think as we evaluate this, that would be something that I would bring forward before making a recommendation to renew for the upcoming, or the next school year. So feedback in addition to the impact report and an implementation, we need to know what it looks like, how are we using it. Right now, I can't speak to that effectively.
I'm going to move along because I think we've got all the information that we need in order to move forward. With all of that said, I move to adopt move to approve the 1-year contract with Care Solace commencing July 1st, 2025 for the amount of $29,592.50. Period.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Fecketti. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Fecketti?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
No.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Motion passes 5-1. Item 19.3, tentative draft of the FY26 budget.
I've been waiting
Yes,
for this.
on this one.
I've been waiting for this all night long. I'm pleased to present the FY '26 tentative budget. So this is the budget for which, well, it's the first draft of the budget for which the board actually approves. And they approve the tentative draft of the budget. Well, it's the state code that you have to, but it's state code that you have to because, well, we need marching orders, right? We need marching orders for our departments. We need marching orders for our building principals so that we have at least a template, an avenue for which, well, we have an approved budget so that we can start spending next year's money. That being said, a lot of the capital projects and things of that nature, right, that we're currently working on, well, they are part of the current year budget, and that's important to know as well. So I've got 60 pages here, but I promise it's not going to take that long because we only have a few drivers that really represent the difference between the first draft of the budget and this draft of the budget. The first draft of the budget was presented in April at the April board meeting. And the first draft of the budget, well, we made a lot of changes to that draft. We made a lot of the property tax changes, state tax, state revenue changes, health insurance, salaries and benefits, those that we knew we could, and adjustments related to operational efficiencies as well as other just various little line items. This draft of the budget, really, the primary drivers are really only 3 adjustments. Since that point in time, since April, we've received final numbers for workman's comp and property and liability insurance. On page 2 of the memo, you'll see the modifications of the FY '25 budget, the first draft of that budget. The second line item is cafe food costs. Well, after looking at the current year budget and trending out, well, what happened last year with increased costs coming down the pipeline for food for our students, for lunch and breakfast. We made an adjustment there. And then we also made an adjustment for professional and technical services of $200,000, and that's for the Skyward implementation that we had previously talked about as a board several months ago. So those are the 3 main adjustments that we have made since the budget was presented in April. I can go through and re-summarize a lot of the revenue assumptions for which we did at the April meeting. I can go through and summarize a lot of the expenditure assumptions that we also went through in April. Or if you did have a chance to read the memo and you want to ask questions, we can go that route too. But currently, I will tell you that operating revenues with the tentative budget are budgeted for $139.9 million, with operating expenditures budgeted at the same $139.1 million, leaving an operating surplus of $813,000. What I think the board needs to know at this time is, well, there's still a lot of adjustments to come down the pipeline. A lot of adjustments, and I think those adjustments include, well, all other state grants. I think it's important to note that although the state, and there is a legislative update in the memo that I provided, the state did set aside the $350 million that they have on an annual basis. So I do feel pretty good about the evidence-based funding model with the additional $1.3 million, but until we actually see the calculation, right, that additional $1.3 million that we did budget is kind of a risk. Within the legislative update, there's talk about the mandated categoricals, and mandated categoricals at the state level are those really primarily 2 grants, the reimbursement grants we have, the private facility grant as well as the transportation grant. Unfortunately, the state did not set aside any additional dollars for the mandated categoricals, and so those might come down a little bit from what we've currently budgeted. What we've currently budgeted was flat with prior year, and that may be okay, but we won't know until we actually completely file those claims and then run through the calculations, and we haven't done that yet. So to reduce what we currently have in the budget would be, well, in my opinion, very premature. So that is something that could be at risk as well. We have the IDEA grant, we have other federal funding, we have final special education estimates, we may have a few additional students in private facility for which we may have to budget for. We have health insurance, okay? Health insurance is a big one, because right now we have only budgeted a 7% increase based on prior year, I should say current year's budget. And current year's budget is $14.2 million with a 7% uptick. Well, we're currently estimating the current year to be at $15.2 to $15.5 million. And if we need to increase that 7% to say 10%, that additional 3% almost approximates $500,000, $450,000. That's a lot of money. So when we're looking at that operating surplus of $800,000, and we still have a lot of different adjustments to make, positive, maybe some positive, maybe some negative, but right now there's more negative coming down the pipeline. So we just have to be aware of those things. We've got some large adjustments coming down the pipeline. We have budgeted 3.5% for the HESPA employees. We still have to obviously finish that collective bargaining, and so that will that may change this budget as well. So a lot of changes are still going to happen, and as we get a little closer in the month of July, I plan on providing an update to the board with an additional draft of the budget, so that if there is known information, maybe that'll be collective bargaining, maybe it'll be we'll fine tune maybe the health insurance budget. Maybe we'll be able to finalize some of the state funding as well. We will make those changes and provide that update to the board. But to really make any of those changes now would be the same as what you're looking at, right? An unsure amount. So that's why you're only seeing the 3 adjustments that we currently have. So with that, I would open the floor to questions and/or noting that the administration is recommending that we approve this tentative budget for the start of the school year for the FY26 school year and budget year.
I do have a question, Mr. Almeyer, and I know the answer to it, but I want to ask it publicly. I did receive an inquiry and was asked, or there was implied that there were cuts to special ed teachers or cuts to paraprofessionals. But in this budget, were there any cuts to special ed teachers or paraprofessionals?
There's been no cuts to salaries and headcount in this budget at all.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So one other, not related to that, but for our newer board members, how many more or when will be the next iteration of the budget that we will see for adoption? This is the tentative, but just so that they know what the timeline is.
Yeah, so the timeline is noted, I think, on the last page of the memo here. Generally, what we do is, as more information is coming down the pipeline, we'll continue to provide additional drafts to the board. Well, here we are in the month of June. So I do anticipate that you will have a revised draft of the budget. It does not need to be approved in July. We'll probably share another one in August, which will be the one that goes on display. And then with the final budget required to be approved in September. And that's generally the process. So you will see the budget 3 more times, for sure. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. I do want to note that, it's not all doom and gloom. I do want to note that, because currently we have budgeted the levy year 2025 at 2.3%. Currently, we're trending a little higher than that. We're trending at 2.6, 2.7% year over year. No, a little higher than that, year over year for CPI. So if we see an uptick in CPI, we could see a several $100,000 increase in the overall property taxes that would impact this budget. We also have new construction for levy year 2025 at $15 million. Okay, that's really low, but we made it low because last year, and if you recall, for levy year 2024, we almost hit $49 million. But almost half of that, $24 million, was commercial construction. A lot of it, the majority of it, out of Kane County, which we're not anticipating this year, right? But if there's an uptick of, say, $5 million in new construction, that also represents a couple $100,000 change to the levy, which would then allow for approximately an additional $100,000 to the budget here. So there are some little drivers here and there for which there may be some favorable revenue line items as well. So I did want to share that with the board as well. So we're monitoring and looking at all those things. In fact, I called the McHenry County Assessor's office today to see if I can get a pulse on where new construction currently stands.
And they said, no, you'll have to call the Grafton Township Assessor. You'll have to call the Rutland Township Assessor. You'll have to call all the assessors. And so I did call Grafton because they're our biggest one, and they don't have the information yet. But they will in about 3 or 4 weeks. Hopefully by the July meeting, I'll have that information. And that's it. I'll open it up again to the board. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Did have one other one. So I noticed in here that the abatement was going to be over $700,000. Anticipated abatement could be as much as. Trying to find the right, make sure I got the words right.
Correct.
But last year we only had a $100,000 abatement.
That would be correct.
Okay.
And that is if the board so chooses to pass that abatement forward.
All right. Any questions additionally from the board beyond me? All right. Additional questions? I will move to approve the FY26 tentative budget and 5-year plan as presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Craddy. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Passes 6-0. Item 19.4, revenue contracts. Mr. Altmeyer, turn it over to you once more.
Nothing really to add to this. There are several revenue contract fundraisers. In the month of June, in the month of July, you'll see several fundraisers come through because of the 60-day advance requirement. So you'll see quite a few come through in the month of July as well. But nothing else to add to that. No concerns.
Any questions from the board? Not hearing any, I move to approve the revenue contracts for the fundraising activities that have been presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckity. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Motion passes 0. Item 19.5, payables. Mr. Altmeyer, anything to comment on the payables?
Nothing to add.
All right. Not hearing any questions from the board in general.
I just have a comment for the payables and just making sure that I'm holding myself accountable and being transparent. And looking through the payables, there is a payable made to the organization that I'm employed by, that I'm the head of. The funds that are going to our organization are funding students who have very high support needs that are private placement that is determined by parents to place their students in this program because they are not at a place where they can be served by the district. I am employed by a nonprofit. I don't own any percentage of the organization that I'm a part of. I own 0% of the organization. It is a nonprofit. And ultimately, at the same time, the fact that there's a payable to my organization, I just want to be transparent about that, and I will be abstaining from this upcoming vote for the payable. Go ahead.
Comment? All right, if there's none others, I will move to approve the purchase orders, accounts payable, impressed checks, and disbursements as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second by Mr. Craddy. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Abstain.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with 1 abstention. Item 19.6, signatories for bank and financial accounts. Anything to add to this one?
Nothing to add. I would just add to the new board members, the next 3 items on the agenda are really standard operating procedures, state code policy that drives these types of memos and resolutions, if you will, for board approval. So this one being the signatories for the school district. So hopefully you will approve Ms. Lombard and myself to sign all the checks and oversee all the goodness that goes along with that. So
Yeah, these are standard operating procedures.
yeah.
questions, I move to approve Mr. Mark Altmeyer, CFO Treasurer, and Mrs. Jessica Lombard, Superintendent, to be signatories for all bank and financial accounts for District 158.
Second.
Myarino, second. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Motion passes 6-0. 19.7, designation of depositories. Any questions on this one or anything to add to this?
Yeah.
All right, just double checking. With that, I move to list the official depositories for funds of the district as presented in the agenda/board packet.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckity. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. 19.8, notice of appointment of treasurer or treasurer's bond. Again, this is standard operating procedure, so I don't anticipate there's any color to be added for this one.
No, I gladly accept the nomination of treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you while everybody stepped backwards and you were the only one standing firm. With that, I move to renew Mr. Altmeyer's appointment as treasurer and renew his surety bond for the 25-26 school year.
Second.
Second, Mr. Craddy, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you for volunteering. Appreciate your service. All right, moving ahead, 19.9, HR personnel. Dr. Zier, anything to add to this one?
Nothing to add.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? All right, with that, I move to approve the personnel report that's been presented to us for resignations, retirements, terminations, contract revisions, leave requests that have been presented.
Second.
Mr. Bobby for the second. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 19.10, non-union pay rates for FY '26. Dr. Zier, anything to add to this?
Yeah, I just want to define a few of these employee groups for the board. First of all, if we look at the summary, the OTs and PTs, occupational therapists and physical therapists, want to note that they reflect the HCA contract. And so that was budgeted when we did the negotiation with HCA. They're on that salary schedule. So they follow that as we move forward. And then recommending a 4% increase for at-will employees. Many of these at-will employees are elementary supervisors, LRSs. As you see that in my next statement there, we try to keep that base rate connected to some positions in the HESPA contract. And as we work through the HESPA contract, whether that's to reflect that once that is settled, also for our mobile technicians. So approximately 111 at-will employees across the district under this would impact, so we're recommending a 4% increase to their rate for FY '26.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions from the board? All right, not hearing any questions. I move to approve the recommendations for the non-union pay rates for FY '26 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckity. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 19.11, Dr. Zier, anything on the administrator pay rates for FY '26?
The recommendation for a 3.5% increase, nothing to add to that.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? With that not said, I will move to approve the administrator rate pay increases for FY '26 as presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Craddy. Roll call vote.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Peckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 19.12, Arctic snow and ice removal service contract. Mr. Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. Attached, you'll see amendment number 1 to the contract between Arctic Snow and Ice Control and Huntley School District 158. The term of the contract is extended 3 additional years at the rate for events listed there. The event prices will be a fixed rate for the next 3 years with no increase. Revised contract expiration date will be April 30th, 2028. These current prices are more competitive than some of the bids we received in 2022. Just what you wanted. Any questions on moving forward with that contract extension?
Any questions from the board? If not hearing any, I move to approve Amendment 1 to the agreement with Arctic Snow and Ice Control Incorporated with the increase that's been proposed in the board attachment or in the attachment.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby. Second from him. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Peckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 19.13, yes. Huntley High School weight room flooring co-op purchase. Mr. Lindquist again.
Attached to that, you will see a proposal to replace the weight room flooring. As you all may have seen the email going across to the board members earlier this week, the weight room is in dire need of some repairs, starting with obtaining a new floor to eliminate the needs for the replacing the damaged platforms and just putting the equipment right on the flooring. This will be a cooperative purchase through Omnia, and it is within the budget of the O&M department. Capital replacement.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I am curious, when we spoke earlier, I didn't ask you what is the expected life of this flooring,
This flooring,
if you would know.
top of my head, yeah, I'd say 20 years.
20 years, okay. Because I know we've replaced this a couple times over the years. I can't even guess when the last time we did this, but
Right.
with all the weight that get dropped and the damage that's been done, you know, it looks like a different kind of flooring system.
It is. So this new thicker flooring comes in 2x2 squares that can replace the damaged square.
Okay, thanks.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And this is not replacing any damaged equipment. This is just the
Just
flooring.
the flooring, yes. The high school is working with the PD chair on replacing the equipment.
Okay.
Yeah, just the flooring.
Just want to make sure everybody's clear on what's being replaced and what we're pricing out here.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from anybody else? All right. Are there any questions? I move to approve the purchase and installation of replacement flooring for the Huntley High School weight room for Omnia Co-op for $64,682.14 as presented. Period.
Second.
Second from Mrs. Maiorino. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Peckity?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0. 19.14, the minutes. Minutes from May 15th presented for approval. I have a motion to approve these minutes as they are presented.
I will second that motion.
Mr. Secretary with the second. There's roll call. I think we can do roll call. That's right. Voice vote. We can do voice vote. There's no money being exchanged here. So all in favor of approving the minutes as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? No nays. Motion passes 6-0. Item 20, public comment. Do we have any sheets?
No, there aren't.
There are no sheets. Very good. No public comment. With that, we have to resume closed session, so this is the time to accept that. I move into closed session at 10:40 p.m.
Second. Wow.
Second from Mr. Maiorino. Good marathon session tonight. A roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy? Boyd?
Yes.
Mr. Pleckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Was this to go into if you want to, or?
Yes.
You did not, so.
Yes.
Okay. All right, motion passes 6-0. Thank you for those that have stayed through the long night. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, way back, I wanted to know if all the classes and personal.
See you, Nico.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go to sleep.
I desperately want
You're
to.
growing. Go to sleep.
Hey, have a good night. Bye. Thanks for staying.
Thanks for shortening the budget.
Bye, Nico. Have a good night. Thank you.
All right.
I think it's a wise move.
No, you see, and then I was writing this.
Get that all doors. Hello.
No, I did not.
It barely got it.
No, actually, I watched no TV. I'm not sure I'll have to go home. No, we are able to change it, or if they just have it.
Yeah, it would be. Sure, sure.
So I'll research that.
And I didn't know about those nuances, but I knew that thing existed, because every time I needed, I go to 300 to look theirs up, and then find it, and then cross-pollinate the number back to ours to make sure we're in the same ballpark. But I'll bet with your policy, there are districts, I don't think that they're able to do it.
Yeah, I would hope so.
It wouldn't make sense if they were, because they're charging a fee in order to have service, certain.
You know what, I thought about that too when I was sitting there.
Yeah, there's stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly could.
Yeah, I know. That I didn't. Now, it's kind of what you would.
Right.
Giving it. Yeah, go ahead,
Right,
or,
unless we can go in and. I'll find all that out.
yep.
So that.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna hate this, so I'm gonna do it anyway.
And, they will be retired.
And they would be, even though it's.
The new runway that we're building. And the hangar.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people should be able to do whatever they want, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We started early. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to come down with us.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
For sure. No, I do feel that. That's why it's 100%.
Right, I know, now you got technology to understand it. Right. I'm like, no, I don't know. That's exciting, though.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
I want to build a team for a month.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
All right. Yeah.
I work around classes and I work around board meetings. So if you still want me, I'm your gal. So.
Yeah, we can, so you're busier now, but just let me know.
Yeah,
Or
I'd like
I
to have a
can,
conversation.
I can also draft some plans, once I draft my plans, share them with you, so you're kind of aware. But also if there's things.
Good night,
that you'd
Nico.
like me to know,
Thank you.
I'll do that. That might be me too.
Yeah.
Hi.
Let me, bye, Dee Dee.
Good night, Dee Dee. Nighty night.
I'll
Night, yeah.
I'll think. I'll think on it.
Think on it.
Yeah.
Okay, you know where to find me.
Yeah.
Okay, see you later.
See you later.
Oh, goodness, Nico.
If you want any student perspective.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, oh, yeah. Okay, I wasn't thinking that would be our first one, I'll write it down. But then I do want to maybe work, you know, I think, we could, but it'd be helpful.
Really, have you seen me driving here?
Pardon?
Maybe I haven't driven it here, I don't know.
Yeah, I have.
It's total, doors are off, all that.
Not the green, just that one. End it with the green. Now it's on. Yeah, now it's done. I'll wait to close it out and then we'll. You wanna do it, or you want me to do it? I'll do it. Yeah, just when you close it out, then you do it.
Oh, my God. It sound like you.
It wasn't working.
It did for a second, so I switched up and then.
Scan it, I'm gonna put it online.
Do you hear it? No, but no.
Right. I'm not doubting your staff.
Yeah.
The microphone.
Yeah.
You know, when you turn it on,
Sure.
you know, it's just.
All right, we are resuming, or we've exited closed session, we're resuming open session at 12:40 a.m. Roll call, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Mr. Fecity?
Here.
Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
Here.
We have one action item from closed session. I move that pursuant to the hearing held in closed session yesterday, earlier this meeting, I move that the out-of-school suspension for student 2025-03 be upheld.
Second.
Second from Mr. Craddy. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Fecity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. That I move to adjourn our meeting at 12:41 a.m.
Second.
Mrs. Maiorino with the second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Good night and good luck.